Ah, the Matrix, the repository of all Time Lord knowledge. Keepers of the almighty Canon. You've had some cowboys in here. You've got clowns, samurai, missing timelines, alternate timelines, a nice Irish bloke called Brendan. When the Master goes digging around in here, he usually comes out with a new incarnation of the Doctor. That's happened a couple times now. But the things I've seen in here, the things I've learned, everything you know is about to change. The doors of lore have opened themselves to me. And in these, I'm going to share some of my findings. For example, did you know that the Third Doctor could levitate? Because, yeah, the Third Doctor could levitate. How did he do this, you may ask? Well, by reading the levitation book, stupid. Given to him by a strange man on Mars, for one story only, the Third Doctor could fly. Now, yes, this story was exclusive to the 1971 TV comic Annual, but I'm not really in the business of comparing one piece of fiction's legitimacy to another. They're all stories, and the television stuff alone contradicts itself plenty. Why does the Third Doctor not simply levitate on the spot to frighten away his enemies? I don't know, don't question it. The Matrix never lies, and I have 3 more completely canon fun facts to share. Not convinced? Okay. Computer, bring me up something official. Okay, I can work with that. I shit you not, the Gallifrey Academy Hot 5 were part of the swinging pop scene back at the Time Lord Academy. You heard me right. Oh, maybe it's the 12th Doctor and Missy. No, this was Hartnell, dude. Grandfather in his day was quite the teenage heartthrob. That is brilliant. This is what I wanna see. Sounds like it's alternate universe fan art, but is played completely earnestly. The First Doctor played lead Perigosto stick, whilst the Master was on drums. Fitting though, when you think about it. This bit of forbidden knowledge was brought to us by the book Deadly Reunion, by Terrance Dicks and Barry Letts. Yeah, the founding fathers of Doctor Who. You can't even dispute that now. You can't even be mad. The Doctor and the Master are in a band and there's nothing you can do about it. But on a side note, Gallifrey is pop music? Reportedly, the band ended when the faculty closed down. Can you imagine any iteration of the Master ever acknowledging this fact? Ah, yes, it's you. Yes, Doctor. I have come to get the band back together. This is one of those facts that just brings me so much joy. Across 55 years plus of multi-medium stories, this sort of thing is gonna happen. But come on, Uncle Dick, Mr. Letts, someone should have known better. I really like this one because I've read this book and it's not played off as a joke. This isn't some Missy one-liner or a gag or a misdirect. No, they absolutely had a band. And the Master played drums. Number 2, let's fire up the Matrix. Okay, I don't know what to do with that information. Oh, holy shit. Okay, so it turns out if you type the word foreskin into the TARDIS Datacore wiki, it produces one result, and that is to tell you that the foreskin of Merlin is on display in the Hecht Museum of Unexplained and Occult Material. In Battlefield, it turns out the 7th Doctor was Merlin. So, tragic coincidental contradiction, or a missing adventure we thankfully never got to see. For anybody wondering, the reference to this one is the comic Project Longinus. It's actually a Nimrod spin-off, written by Cavan Scott, so now you know who to blame for that haunting image. And last of all for today, beep boop beep boop. Yeah, very high-tech machinery here. Kelsey Hooper became a mass-murdering agent. Okay. Well, who's Kelsey Hooper? Oh! Maria's friend from Invasion of the Bane in the Sarah Jane Adventures. Excuse me? Apparently, after her dismissal from Bannerman Road, where the BBC decided they didn't want her anymore, Kelsey Hooper joined Faction Paradox. Uh-oh, that lot. I don't know how to describe Faction Paradox. It's all the minutiae of the weirdest corners of Doctor Who lore that just get fleshed out into the weirdest, most complex story you could imagine. Long story short, CBBC's one-time character Kelsey Hooper joined a cult. And not just any cult, an anti-Time Lord group who oppose time travel and cause paradoxes and mess with timelines wherever they go. That sounds nuts, but just poor Kelsey. If you're a spin-off character destined to be in a spin-off, you do not want to be in Faction Paradox. Read any extract and you will feel like you're losing your mind. Okay, here we go, for an example. In her new body, Kelsey barely escaped the planet as a refugee in the last transport ship. She then moved to Pluto, where she married Rex Agogo, formed a symbiote bond with El-Event, and led a rebellion against the Company, after which she was elected the new president of Protech. I don't know what any of that means. God, I would love to, though. I keep trying to dig a little bit deeper, but for the life of me, every bit of information I learn just boggles me more. Okay, it's like she has a boyfriend called Ryan. Okay, cool. That's a perfectly normal human name. Ryan was Little Sister Sayle's boyfriend who often visited her in her dreams. He looked like a priest with an explosion of glass fragments instead of a face. How did the annoying fizzy drink girl wind up dating a man with glass for her face? Kelsey joined Faction Paradox so she could get a shadow weapon with which to kill him. I don't blame you, Kelsey, but how did you get here? How did life do you this way, Kelsey? Davis, surely this is a coincidence. It's just two characters in the Whoniverse who probably share a name. Life in the Whoniverse just comes fast. And those are all of the secrets I have to share today. Did they change the show forever? Absolutely yes.
Oh my giddy aunt.
Welcome back to The Matrix. The Whoniverse is a strange place, but stranger still is the sudden influx of people in my comments trying to disown the Timeless Children canonically. Hey, if that's your coping mechanism, I can't judge. My coping mechanism is these videos. But that's just not what Canon is about. Canon is about fun little facts, such as Jar Jar Binks being a real person who met the 10th Doctor. At some point in the late 20th century, around the time George Lucas was writing episode 1 of Star Wars, Jar Jar sent a telepathic message to George Lucas. There's no point taking any part of this world seriously. Here are 3 more facts from The Matrix today. Ooh, bummer. The second Doctor got shot through the head. Lovely, great, love to see it. Specifically, a bullet passed through his frontal lobe and skull. Then he had a subsequent fall where he sustained a broken nose, jaw, right femur and collarbone. It feels like I'm reading an autopsy report. This even triggered a regeneration, but don't get carried away, it's a BBC novel. He got better. This delightful idea was brought to us by the Indestructible Man, aptly named by Simon Messingham. Can I just say, Simon Messingham, I'm not familiar with your work. What the fuck is this book? Across just 300 pages, the Doctor is shot and killed, Jamie is drafted into a secret army, and Zoe has 2 suicide attempts. I like bleak end of day time skips just as much as the next guy, but this one's a bit grimdark even for me. This is the worst timeline. This is the turn left of the Second Doctor era, but for beloved children's characters. Shut up, you stupid baby! It's 2004! Doctor Who's for adults now! As remorseless and out of character as this may be, the Doctor recovers in true 60s fashion. With some tea, biscuits, a sandwich, and a full roast dinner. Now, Zoe, I may have put you under some severe psychological trauma, but let's not make a fuss, eh? Maybe it's a good thing the Time Lords wiped their memory, if this was what was happening to them off-screen. I don't like it when certain companions get put through the trenches. when it comes to Who adventures. Like Jack, Martha, yeah, they can take it, but not my sweet Zoe. I don't want anything bad to happen to Jamie. Which is a shame, because a lot of bad happens to Jamie. Oh my god, I'm just reading more and more. During the 6-month period in which he believes the Doctor to be dead, Jamie becomes a soldier in Mackenzie's army. He wears a uniform and regularly cuts his own arm to keep himself awake. He starts smoking during this period. Wow, that's awful. Hey BBC, I know the off-air period wasn't a great time for this franchise, but maybe don't give the IP to actual sadists. The story also has a character called Captain Death in it. Tonal whiplash. It's supposedly a love letter to the works of Jerry Anderson, but I don't remember the Thunderbirds being that grimdark. Okay, next. Lady Christina got a space lemur. Where to start with this? Inexplicably, like every Russell T Davies creation, Lady Christina de Souza went off to have her own adventures in space. You get a spin-off, you get a spin-off, and you get a spin-off. One day, I may even listen to it. That will be a very desperate day indeed. This bourgeoisie bank robber acquired a piece of public transport, flew away with it, that's theft. And like everybody else who meets one of the Davis Doctors, is then suddenly prepared for all of space. Thanks, I'm gonna go fight Daleks now, bye! I came across her in my own Doctor Who travels on the 11th Doctor Titan Comics range, where in the Eye of Ashea you turn the page and boom! Thing that you know, and then I'm like, yeah, cool, thing that I know. It's a pretty good business model, actually. While she may only have a handful of appearances, she's gotten around from meeting the Slitheen, a Sontaran, Unit, and Sylvian Noble, of all people. Damn, that's been a quiet day. Down a big finish. Well, how did Lady Christina get into space? Well, the same way everybody does in the comics, via Henry Van Statten's vault. Adam Mitchell, Jack Harkness, everyone goes down here. But Sam, wasn't that vault filled with concrete? Yes. Yes, it was. The 11th Doctor actually offered to take her on as a companion, and this time she declined. Presumably to continue her successful audio adventure career. But hang on, it gets weirder. Christina de Souza 2.0 was a piece of psychic mould from the 10th Doctor's psychic paper that somehow grew into a humanoid likeness of her that called herself Christina 2.0. I've got no words. How does that idea even form in a human mind? It's always the books, isn't it? It's always the Doctor Who books who come up with this bizarro, brain-aching nonsense. I love it. Because it's a short story. You're not even going to do anything with the premise. One sci-fi writer just did a Stephen King and looked at all that Molly on the table and thought, yeah, I'm going to have to do some drugs and write some sci-fi today. So if you ever did wonder how fan-favourite cat burglar Lady Christina de Souza is doing now, I think it's fair to say she's got a lot on her plate. May we never see her again. And last of all, Clara was not the first person to jump into the Doctor's time stream. 14 years before Name of the Doctor aired, the book Unnatural History had the Doctor's companions Sam and Fitz doing the same thing. This book explores the idea of the Doctor's timeline being a muddle, that there's no one origin for him. This is an idea we'll return to, especially with the ending of Series 12. It may not be set on Trenzalore because that place didn't exist yet, but it's crazy how both Russ T Davies and Stephen Moffat have stumbled across ideas accidentally or otherwise that were explored back in the 2000s novelizations. Davies, for instance, swears he knew nothing about the War in Heaven arc in the books, even though it shares an uncanny resemblance to the Time War. And they both even happen during the 8th Doctor's run. And then, several years later, Moffat accidentally adapts Unnatural History, or at least lifts loads of passive ideas from it. I'm not saying they're the same story, I just think it's really funny that Clara wasn't even the first impossible girl to do such a thing. I mean, to be fair, who among us don't have people jumping into our personal time stream and changing core events? Happens every week, though the Doctor should probably get a better password for that thing. And that's us done. Many more secrets lurk inside the confines of the vault, some game-changing, some incredibly tedious. How did the third Doctor acquire his snake tattoo? Why does the first hate Arabs? Find out next thing.
You really should be rather more careful with your trinkets, my dear. After all, we do have a Mona Lisa to steal.
Welcome back to the murky world of lore. The Time Lord repository. Hey guys, did you know that the Doctor travelled with a Cyberman companion? Yeah, handles, but then there was also an actual good Cyberman. His name was Croton. He came from the comics, and the 8th Doctor travelled with so many weird and wacky companions. Croton was a martial art fighting Cyberman who retained his human emotions. So a bad Cyberman who turned against his own species and went off on his own adventures before buckling up with the 8th Doctor and Izzy Sinclair, who is not a Cyberman. Yet. He has been shown battling against pirates, Santarans, and his own ego, with him claiming he can still do all the important things, carrying a tune, playing a round of golf, and even telling the odd off-colour joke or two. Oh shit, Croton the Cyberman is cancelled. Eventually, this staff-twirling Cyberman left the TARDIS to go become a god. Comics are weird. Then there was Destry, a cowgirl martial artist from the planet Oblivion. This fish girl, I think, is one of the first companions to ever kiss the Doctor. I grew up with her, one of my favourites. Heather McCrimmon, another comic-only companion, a descendant of Jamie. Cool, 10 out here bonking his relatives as well. There was Frobisher, a shape-shifting whiffadil, I'm sure you all know. There were many great things about Frobisher. He had a similar outlook on life to the Doctor. He could pilot the TARDIS. It says here in his wiki, Frobisher did not believe in heaven. And this image, which is very, very good. The two parted ways, but Frobisher pops up every now and then. Oh, they won't let you forget him. These days, he runs a bar with a humanoid wife. But he's always on call, as both 10 and 12 in 2 separate stories have called upon his services. Where was he in Demons Run, huh? Couldn't be bothered to show up to that one, huh? There's Magenta Price, but there's nothing really funny to say about Magenta Price. She green! And last of all, jolly old John and Gillian, who were grandchildren to the first Doctor. Reportedly. Supposedly. These two appeared in a lot of TV comics back in the 60s. If we went by number of appearances, they would be more valid than Susan. But alas, John and Gillian were mere dreams that the Doctor has from time to time. Or sometimes parasites. Or sometimes creations of the land of fiction. In real-world explanation, they just didn't want to pay the license fee for Doctor Who companions. So therefore, John and Gillian never appeared on screen and never required an explanation. Ah, the 60s. A simpler time. Die, hideous creature, die! No! John and Gillian aren't fucking around, grandfather. Wow, I stuffed rather a lot into there. Matrix, give us our next fact. Oh no, oh no. The highlight of the 5th Doctor's most recent outing with the Cybermen was the TARDIS team actually having to come to terms with what happened to Adric. The classic run sometimes could be rather sterile, resistant to character development or drama. In the Davison years, there were the fair share of tuts, arguments, and exasperated caws. But very rarely did people actually speak about their true emotions, other than Tegan. Tegan is a good egg. So in Conversion, Tegan has to sit the Doctor down and bluntly ask him, did you even like Adric?
Doctor?
Yes?
Did you like him?
Adric?
Of course, Adric. Well?
He had an amazing brain. He was enthusiastic, inquisitive, confident.
Didn't think so.
Why are you asking me?
It sounds really severe, but it's actually the highlight of the story. Trust Big Finish to react to audience sympathies, and explore character nuance where the classic series was less than interested to. Now, of course, the Doctor and Adric were close. In this story, he says, although he did find him sometimes irritating, he still had unlimited potential. The arguments in Earthshock are closer to a father-son relationship, which makes his reasoning all the more tragic. This is some great after-the-fact character development, and a really good honest bit of writing.
Because, you know, he could be pretty annoying at times. I mean, he could. I don't have to apologise for saying it. He really could.
He could.
But he was just a kid, wasn't he? And who wasn't a bit annoying when they were young?
Well,
Come off it. You're a pain in the neck now.
no wonder I found him annoying sometimes. Who really likes looking in a mirror?
I never had a problem with Adric, but the fact that they're actually addressing the fact that all they did was bicker and argue. It's good that someone is doing stuff with their relationship and this troubled dynamic after the fact. Sorry Adric, the Doctor's piloting skills may be getting insanely good to rescue people from crafts, and that is skills with a Z. Kill me. But we are never ever coming back to you. And I think that's a shame. As much as I like this story, it does feel like an addition only made because Adric is an unpopular character in the fandom. Imagine if the Doctor had this chat about any other deceased companion. There's more to say about Adric's death, but I'll save that for another time. And last of all, the case of the Mona Lisas. The Mona Lisa, for those uninitiated, is the Earth's most famous painting. It's even pretty good. But like any piece of famous culture, from works of fiction to historical people, landmarks, objects, it is a complicated time and space canon nexus. Of course, more than one story has used the Mona Lisa, but okay, let's try and track the Mona Lisa's story. Through the eyes of the Whoniverse at least. What do I look like, an art historian? Started in 1503 as seen in the comic Art Attack. Clara Oswald was supposedly the model for the painting. Because that girl gets everywhere. Later that year, another time traveller gets involved with the painting, as Count Scarlione commissions 6 identical copies of the painting. These were part of a really elaborate plan to fund a world-ending, time-changing experiment. The Fourth Doctor and friends foiled his evil plan by defacing the other copies and punching him. Ah, classic. A fire seemingly destroyed all of the fakes except one, which was then put into the Louvre. Except we also know that the Leamington Spa Lifeboat Museum has one, from the Flash game security bot. The monk apparently stole a copy during the second Dalek invasion of Earth, and the Doctor has one in the TARDIS as well, as early as the 7th incarnation. But hey, if anyone deserves a copy, it's him. In the Art of Destruction, he carried one up Mount Everest on camelback to save it from war. Which is kind of the opposite of the message of City of Death, no? Especially as Unit HQ have another 13 copies of the painting in Sydney. Why? I have no clue, but in the future there are Mona Lisas everywhere. Here's Rory using one as a makeshift weapon. The one in the Louvre was lent to the International Gallery in London in 2009, where she suddenly came to life and escaped the painting. Okay, so let's get this straight. Previous incarnations of the Doctor worshipping a picture of a companion he hasn't met yet, only for said picture of Clara to become the subject of many a paradox and evil scheme, for then it to go and terrorise the Sarah Jane Adventures gang. Like I said, Clara gets around, even in places where the showrunners didn't intend. Personally, for my money, I prefer the monk version. Paint me like one of your French girls.
I absorbed all the energy of the time vortex, and no one's meant to do that.
Hello, welcome back to a Bro Canon Mini. I cannot stop cranking these out. Medically. Let's curb the fluff, skip the guff, and delve into some more strange Doctor Who lore minutiae. Did you know that Daleks are psychic? Daleks are psychic. Daleks have psychic powers. But then again, in the Doctor Who universe, doesn't everyone sometimes have psychic powers? Well, especially the Daleks. Back in their first outings, they were powered by electricity, the static metal floors of Skaro, which is primitively adorable compared to the new series where they seem to be powered by the time-space vortex. On 2 separate occasions, we see the touch of a time traveller rejuvenate them completely. I prefer this concept because it's a lot more high-concept sci-fi. Daleks are powered by time itself. It's just very silly, but not so silly as being piloted by psychic energy. Look, the little hate squids have to power their tanks somehow, and in Death of Daleks, when they've run out of their power reserves, they are pulling themselves around by sheer force of will. That's metal as fuck. The third Doctor described them as psychokinetic, and they were feeding off the power of the psychic city of Exelon. Oh, I love these names. So the Daleks can do it when all other energy sources fail them. Future references to this have been pretty scarce, but in the 8th Doctor comic Children of the Revolution, we find a bunch of humanized Daleks who have learned to levitate, meaning that's probably just an inherent Dalek ability. I like the idea of the Daleks experimenting with like telekinesis, just the idea that they are the experts in anything they could use to gain an advantage. Do I want to see a Dalek using a mind crush or force lightning on someone? Yes, absolutely. I wouldn't say no. But even in a show like Doctor Who, it's so funny to look at any given Dalek story and think, oh yeah, magical psychics. This idea isn't completely lost in the revival though, as a form of Clara Oswald hacks into the Dalek pathweb, a psychic link that all Daleks use to communicate with one another. Emphasis on psychic. Every Dalek can psychically Skype another Dalek. Was that one not weird enough for you? Not strange enough, not niche enough? Fine. Matrix! Boots up the next one! Like, come on, what? Yes, the 11th Doctor specifically missed Astrid Peth. A waitress he met one time haunts his dreams. And not the 10th Doctor, no, 11. Specifically 11. At the late stage of his life. So a good 1,000 years later, and he's still hung up on Kylie. I can't blame him. This very strange bit of trivia was brought to us by the BBC book Shroud of Sorrow. It's always the books. Always the books. In Shroud of Sorrow, Eleven and Clara are walking through the streets of 1963 after the Kennedy assassination. Despair and grief are on everyone's mind, but for Eleven, it's specifically seeing visions of Astrid Peth, appearing to him like ghosts. This is especially random because this is like a late series Smith. He's not thinking about Rose, he's not missing Amy or Rory, River, who he's about to say goodbye to, or the Brigadier, who has just passed away in his timeline. That's shocking, what a strange choice. Especially as the story does eventually consult the death of the Brigadier. It's about mourning. A point you could much better drive home without talking about Astrid Peth from Voyage of the Damned. It's more distracting than anything. Imagine if 13 just stopped mid-episode and had a quick think about Linda with a Y. 12 having restless nights thinking about Rita from that one episode that one time. Yes, maybe I could have done more to save old mother from the unearthly child. Yeah, I think not. But no, Astrid Peth hasn't come back as a ghost to haunt the 11th Doctor. It's an alien imitating her, which is a lot more sensible. Heavy sarcasm. Anyway, the evil Shroud is defeated by the 11th Doctor and a bunch of clowns. It's a strange book. On one hand, it's a cool Davis idea that the Doctor remembers specifically the people he has let down. Yeah, fine, but we don't need them appearing. So specifically, how many people does this guy lose on a day-to-day basis? Which honestly tells me that he fell in love. To be fair, I get weird people showing up in my dreams all the time. But narratively, it does seem random. I guess I don't really have anything more to say about that one. It's quite self-explanatory. So instead, let me use this time to remind you that the newspaper, the News of the World, leaked that Kylie Minogue was going to be in the Christmas special, but said she was going to be playing a sexy cyberwoman. Classy! And last of all, let me take you to a favourite Doctor of mine. It's number 9. The 9th Doctor had a strange relationship with mirrors. According to TARDIS Data Core, mirrors were polished surfaces which cast reflections. Upon regeneration, the 9th Doctor apparently smashed every single mirror he could find in the TARDIS. What? This was one of those strange additions that Rusty Davies made to his target novelisation of Rose. Davies and Moffat like to do that, pepper in a couple new details to a story that's been out there for years. But I don't think anyone was ready to learn that in the post-Time War shame, the Doctor didn't even want to look at himself after John Hurt. I mean, why would you? Anything after John Hurt's going to be a downgrade. Supposedly, right after Day of the Doctor, he goes into a mad rage, immediately counts how many children died on Gallifrey, and then apparently just never looks at his own appearance. Until Rose, where he's suddenly very cheery and suddenly so casual about looking at his own appearance for the first time. Hey, fun fact, how many stories do you think the Ninth Doctor has in between Day of the Doctor and Rose? The answer should be 0, but it's a fair few these days. Even without that, you telling me the Doctor never once saw his face when he went to go to the Titanic? Or the JFK assassination? And those are only 2 out of presumably many, if one guy in his shed could track him down. I was perfectly fine with this scene, it wasn't a big point of contention for me. The Doctor's probably just having a laugh. So for Russell to go back and double down on it with a no-fun canonical explanation, it's very odd. Ugh, I fucking hate mirrors! Doctor Smash! This is a weird addition because it just adds more question marks to the Doctor's arc. How much character development did he have to go through to casually look at himself in a mirror again? Well, I guess we'll never know. I said, I guess we'll never know. I'm watching you, Big Finish.
You've come here to kill me, of course?
We're back into the Matrix to continue our deep dive into the minutiae of weird Doctor Who lore. Please spare me the comments about what is and isn't strictly canon, because frankly, been there, done that, don't care when it comes to it. I don't want to get to the stage where we're comparing Battles in Time comics to Doctor Who Adventures comics, because it will get there, and at that point, all of our love and magic for the show has died. So, you may know that the Third Doctor knows martial arts, can drive any vehicle, and can levitate, but did you know that the Third Doctor can do everything? The Third Doctor had every talent. Other incarnations have dubbed him the best pilot, the best fighter, the best with psychic abilities, and also the best at flying the TARDIS, which is weird, because he's still in the early stages of his life. And his big thing is that he's not able to pilot the TARDIS. Very strange, but also very sweet to the lasting legacy of Jon Pertwee. A great swordsman, the finest marksman, eyesight so good he could see hairs a millimetre in length unaided. He was also an acclaimed singer, which I guess we technically did see in Curse of Peladon. The baritones on that gentleman. The Third Doctor could do everything. A skilled diplomat, a great linguist, a knack for disguises. He could also sculpt with a hammer and chisel. Of course he could. And last of all, one of these is true, but which one? The Third Doctor was an amazing gourmet chef. Or the Third Doctor could control his pheromones. The answer's both of them, they're both true. Is there anything this man could not do? No, because the 50-year-old Pertwee was goddamn Doctor Who. Suddenly, the Doctor was a superhero. And as any 70s Doctor Who fan will tell you, that is amazing. Presumably he lost these when he regenerated, which is very unfortunate, as many other Doctors have cited him as the most technologically and scientifically capable. And as much as I love Doctor Who respecting the classics, I have seen the 11th Doctor restart the universe. It's interesting though, the fact that not only personalities change with regeneration, but also skills and capabilities. Personally, I'm fine with Pertwee being the best Doctor to ever doctor. A true prodigy of a man, because my god, could you pull off that cape? Number 2! Huh, really? Like every single one? Not every single one. He didn't meet Schalke. He hasn't got round to Jodie Whittaker yet. Probably just because the 13th Doctor would be a bit too woke for him. You know I'm telling the truth though. No, Winston Churchill has secondary companion status. A frequent ally of the Doctor. Much like River Song, they've met but not in the right order. This is a character who shows up so much that if you looked at the series through the eyes of one Winston Leonard Spencer Churchill, you would see the story of a boy with a Doctor appearing all throughout his life. The second Doctor was his Latin tutor. The 10th Doctor saved him as a teenager from some Santaran grenades. The 3rd Doctor joined him on a stroll across the River Nile, where they as you would imagine, had a punch up and then got some drinks afterwards. Apparently, Six is responsible for giving him the motivating speech after the events of Dunkirk, which then led Churchill to go and win the war. Yikes, that's a bit on the nose, Doctor Who. He bumped into the Ninth Doctor coming out of his Time War blues. 11 has actually bumped into him a bunch of times, and we know at least one of them wound him up enough for him to dig him a grave. Your childhood friend, Winston. And 7 has an audio adventure with him later this year. My favourite is the Capaldi Doctor calling Churchill on his superphone to get the Allies to strike a Sontaran weapon, because that's something both Britain and the Doctor can just do now. I think it's cool that the Doctor has problematic figures from history at his disposal. Sometimes they're friends, sometimes they're enemies. I know the history of this real-world man is incredibly sordid, but as Stephen Moffat best put it, I think the Doctor and Winston Churchill would be friends. At certain points in history, they've been very terrible men, but also very great men. And yes, although their crimes may not be one-to-one, let's just say, there's a reason New Who wanted to explore this war hero. Anyway, with that very contentious issue, I trust my comment section to be very well behaved, because we're just here for the Doctor Who guys. Anyway, to get away from controversial, contentious issues, let's talk about the Prime Minister. Not the current one, although Rusty Davies has implied that he is an Auton now, which is definitely something. But take a look over here on the Matrix visualizer and it says that every single Prime Minister from 1963 onwards either is an alien, involved with aliens, or becomes an alien. Did you ever think you'd be seeing an android Margaret Thatcher in the Doctor Who universe? Well, there you are. You're welcome for that image. The story Time Wake is a full-on Hall of Presidents. Old Margie Thatcher doesn't show up a lot in Doctor Who, thankfully. 5 and 10 have both shit-talked her. I'd hate to think what Capaldi's Doctor would have to say about it. Ding dong, Thatcher's did. In the 1980s, the 6th Doctor apparently served as an advisor to her. Whatever his weird fixation on UK government is, he referred to her as that woman and was apparently terrified by her. But it's not just her. Past 1963, the Whoniverse has had about 30 to 40 different Prime Ministers take the role. Some of them real, some of them fictional. Harold Wilson, for instance, real guy. In the Doctor Who universe, you know he's a good egg because he's the one who sacrificed 12 children to the 456. Anyway, he's taken out of power by various disasters as a result of Doctor Who adventures, which I find funny, thank you Inferno. And then we get Edward Heath, who in this verse, Axonite scandal, also bad news. The Doctor Who universe is unforgiving to Downing Street, with even the good ones being dropped along the way. I wonder why. Political commentary? In Doctor Who? There was Brian Greene, who was somehow worse and scarier than the Master. There's Daniel Claremont, who was apparently the Prime Minister in their version of 2015, the one I'd like to live in, who as a teenager was transformed into a sea devil. According to historical records in The Foe from the Future, the year 1977 had Bruce Forsyth in Downing Street. Melanie Bush became Prime Minister in an alternate timeline, where she was then betrayed by the 3rd Doctor who was still in exile. What is this series? A week ago I put up a Twitter poll saying who is the most despicable Rusty Davies Prime Minister, and it was pretty neck and neck. It's mad how out of all those options, the Slovene are genuinely the best option. And their plan is to nuke us all. And I would still take that over Vivian Rook.
All of time and space, everything that ever happened or ever will. Where do you want to start?
Another day, another deep dive. Hey guys, did you know that K9 survived their Time War? Yeah, no messing around with an introduction this time, I'm just jumping right in today. Despite being destroyed completely, K9 Mark II is also documented as surviving the goddamn Time War. I mean, he must have, because how else could he have gone on to star in a successful 2009 Australian spin-off K9? Oh boy, this really is a deep dive. For the uninitiated, the BBC do not own the primary rights to arguably the most beloved character, the robot dog. No, this was Bob Baker's third attempt at giving K9, who was embarrassing even in the 70s, something he should never have: main character status. So it's just a disconnected IP crossing the ocean. What's the big deal? Well, that's the thing. It's not. The timeline from one niche series to another niche series completely tracks. K9 appears in his original design in episode 1, and after a great battle, cannot remember Romana or the Doctor. Like Clara, but more emotional. Somehow, this little Time Lord super agent he used to be, completely held his own in the Time War. Here is a picture of K9 frying a Dalek, which is certain to make someone disproportionately mad. I don't know what else to expect from a story called Doctor Who and the Dogs of Doom. Great title. So K9's quite a resilient boy, surviving the Dalek Empire, multiple Gallifreys, and the utter bastardization of time itself. Even though this is the very same model who seemed to be broken every other week, defeated by explosions, drained of batteries, stunted by chip fat and Brighton Beach. I hate this fucking show. The Big Finish Gallifrey series, on the other hand, depicts K9's noble sacrifice and hilarious death, with Romana vowing to never build another. I do not blame her, but it doesn't help this joke of a timeline. So K9 goes from this series to this series sometimes, because sometimes he survives and sometimes he dies. This gets even harder to track when you discover there are not only 9 or so different K9s around the place, but there are also 2 Mark IIs. Which is precisely the moment I realised that nobody in the world is keeping track except maybe John Leeson. Which one learned primary school science with 7 and Ace? Why did 10 have his own one after Rose left? Oh yeah, that's a thing. K9 joined the TARDIS team while Rose Tyler was still on board, but would spend most of its time within the TARDIS, rarely mentioned or seen. K9 only began to actively join adventures after the Doctor adopted a cat, whom he named after Rose. The two did not get along. Damn, this well was a lot deeper than I originally thought. The lesson I'm taking away from this is that if you're a robot dog in the series Doctor Who, the only way is down. You will either be destroyed horribly, shoved in a cupboard, or forced to star in your own 26 episode spin-off. That's a lot of episodes. The unlucky few who have seen this show say that this K9 is more aggressive and upbeat. The wiki describes him as emotive and ruthless, killing an alien. Wow. Who knew that the K9 spin-off tackled the PTSD and fallout from the last great Time War? Powerful stuff. Oh no, the War K9 is going to be Big Finish's next box set! And it would still be better than Canon and Company. My Doctor Who experience hasn't become desperate enough that I need to watch any of the K9 spin-offs, and I intend to keep it that way. But deep down, I know I will have to eventually, and I fear that day. Shockingly, the K9 series never got renewed for a second season, so he did what all desperate IPs do and jumped to comics, pulling a Poochie and suddenly feeling the need to go to space. Even the Time War could not stop K9.
How did you survive the Time War?
They survived through me, Master. This fact, as boggling as it is also testament to the truth of there being no one true canon. For even if you do accept canon as a literary concept, the BBC can't claim authority on canon because it's not their call to make. Never mind creatively, aesthetically or metaphorically, no single entity, no establishment owns all of Doctor Who. Oh, my throat. Anyway, number 2. Poor Dodo. Poor Dodo Chaplet, kidnapped by an old man on account of resembling his granddaughter, thrust into some average to bad adventures, and then wanders off after 4 stories, most of which are missing. This is perhaps the most unpopular, unfair treatment of a companion from 50 plus years of TV. And that's if you can even remember her. A strange, somewhat dazed young woman that never seems to react to space and time travel. She's an odd but harmless product of the 60s, who then is made the victim of some of the most deranged and dark stuff in the Doctor Who universe. ladies and gentlemen, take a trip with me to the Virgin New Adventures. Who Killed Kennedy is an infamous Third Doctor adventure from 1996, a book that specifically goes through the effort to reintroduce Dodo, of all people, now pregnant, only to have her murdered horribly by the Master. Writer James Stephens either has some serious stuff to work on or really hated this companion, as he makes her a confused amnesiac, subjects her to imprisonment in an insane asylum, shock therapy, and a rape attempt. I kid you not. In which she killed her attacker in self-defense. Dodo Chaplet, from beloved 60s family show Doctor Who. What was going on in the 90s, man? But as if that wasn't enough, Dodo also contracts a sexually transmitted virus in The Man in the Velvet Mask. This same novel reveals that her parents are dead, her carer hates her, and she was too unintelligent for school and was too busy kissing boys. Jesus Christ. Hey Doctor Who, this isn't fun. New Who, on the other hand, is thankfully kinder, where even this tiny bit player with a handful of episodes has a funeral home named after her, and gets a couple mentions in the novel The Last Dodo. Doctor Who in the 90s and early 2000s needs therapy. And last off, let's end it on a happy one, please. Something simple. The Girl Who Loved Doctor Who was a short comic story by IDW for the 50th anniversary. It's a lovely little nod to Doctor Who fandom, by being the least subtle piece of media in the show's history. In this, a strange force flings the 11th Doctor and a lone Cyberman into our world, where Who is a TV show, and his life is fiction. Not dwelling on the existential Will Ferrell nightmare of this, he instead attends Comic-Con with a young fan called Ali. It's surprisingly sincere and handled in the way the 11th Doctor really would react to this situation. I have no problem accepting it as canon, because canon is amorphous. All that matters is that I believe this is the same character, and I am completely immersed in that. It should be seriously wonky, but the focus on the Doctor being troubled by the idea of him being a role model keeps it rooted. Quite a loving portrayal of Doctor Who fandom in 2013, but damn, imagine if the same story was attempted in 2018 onwards. Ugh, makes my skin crawl. What a crazy coincidence that this version of the Doctor fell into our 2013. Matt Smith is hardly the Doctor character I want to meet the most, but fair dues here. It's the last story that they ever did with the license, and it was written by Paul Cornell. If this character has ever meant anything to you as a kid, dig this one up.
I just can't let you out of my sight, can I, Doctor?
Welcome back to the archives of history of the universe. Which universe? The Whoniverse. And if there's one question that's been plaguing your mind ever since you've joined this mental series, it's how much did the Brigadier fuck? Did he get any? I've been on the wiki and can confirm the Brigadier fucks. For some reason, the Matrix has even documented the loss of his virginity to a lovely girl named Vera, drunk on a night out. At some undisclosed date, Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart also abandoned a son called Mariyama, who was born to him by the daughter of the chief, Mariatu. Delightful. And sometime in the 1960s, he had a romantic encounter with a Doris from Brighton Beach. Great stuff. So, why does no one talk about the time that Brigadier went to the underworld to battle Hades for the love of Persephone? Oh, you want some context on that, don't you? In the book Deadly Reunion, not the first time I've spoken about it either. Shortly after the events of World War II, a young Brigadier ended up in Albania in a mission against Stalinist rebels. Here, decades before meeting the Doctor, he ran into the Immortals and fell in love with the Greek fucking god of myth, Persephone. The couple spent 2 weeks together before she reluctantly wiped his memory. And yes, this is the same book that claimed that the Doctor and the Master had a pop band. Maybe the Nazis were right. Maybe we should burn books. This isn't the craziest thing I found about the Brigadier though. Matrix? That's a bummer. Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart supposedly died in the year 2012. And commemorating the death of real-life actor Nicholas Courtney fell to Stephen Moffat, whose run really hadn't addressed the Brigadier or unit at all. In fact, it was a tribute so important to Moffat, he continued it until he gave up the role of showrunner in 2017. Some of them very tactful, some of them less so. In the Day of the Doctor novelisation, Moffat tries something. Kate Stewart watched the Doctor and Clara go and kept the frown off her face. The change of mood was quite striking. God, I miss that man, her father had said in his final illness. Maybe he'll visit tomorrow. She could never decide over the years if those were the best or the saddest last words. She fought down the memory of the dying old soldier in the hospice. Maybe tomorrow. I'm sorry, said a voice in her head, and it almost froze her. She'd been briefed about the Doctor's occasional telepathy. Low level, they said, and rarely used. I miss him too. Supposedly, there was a whole telepathic conversation going on in that scene in The Day of the Doctor. A bit of a stretch, but I'm there for it. A great recontextualization. But that's actually a lovely dynamic. We know the Doctor doesn't do goodbyes, so why? What day, what version of him could possibly be whole enough to say goodbye to the Brigadier? What incarnation would have the right words to say? But also, hang about, if the Brigadier died in 2012, how did 8 meet him in 2017? Wow, it's almost as if canon is an ever-changing, arbitrary and pointless exercise. Did anyone tell him he's meant to be dead and buried? And a Cyberman. Some sources claimed he lived to the 2050s, which is very, very lovely and very, very unlikely. As a Fleshman, not as a Cyberman, I should say. Christ, it's so weird that his wiki just has a section that says, Life as a Cyberman. But don't worry, the 2015 comic Fractures confirms that the Brigadier blew himself up so he could never hurt anyone. Why is that a detail I ever needed to know? Nobody liked that twist, guys. You don't have to tell me how the Cyber Brigadier, beloved icon of the show and fan favourite, his brain just exploded into a million pieces in the atmosphere. A defiled corpse, no less. But at the same time, don't feel too sorry for him. Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart and Nicholas Courtney were not the same person. This is still a beloved fan favourite character who commit genocide. But we don't like to talk about that, do we? That's fair enough. The Doctor doesn't like to either. He was mad at it for about 3 minutes. But when Harriet Jones does it... Oh. Recently, I have been watching Hellbent, like, a lot. It's gone from being a 2 out of 10 story for me to being like a 5 out of 10 to like the last few weeks. I'm starting to think that maybe it's actually a masterpiece. Yeah, lockdown's doing funny things to me, but something I did not expect to feel sorry for is the Veil. Because the Veil shouldn't even be a thing, right? It's a construct of the Doctor's nightmares. But no, the Veil was a autonomous being, a clockwork construct, like most of Moffat's villains. And it's in Hellbent we find out this incredibly evadable Night Terror was put there by the Time Lords. Hey, wouldn't it make more sense if it was just a part of the confession dial? Yeah, probably, but this is Doctor Who, a series where extraneous after-the-fact material is just added on all the time. But you know what? This one's a goodie. Doctor Who magazine has this great column called The Blogs of Doom, where they take a seemingly minor character and show you things from their perspective. Jonathan Morris wanted to take on the stalking Veil from Heaven Sent. The Veil apparently didn't even know what the hybrid was or why its masters wanted to learn more about it, but it hoped it wouldn't take long to get to the prisoner. Meaning it has its own agency. The Time Lords briefed it about the Doctor. And through its first-person perspective, we find it's actually a rather benevolent creature following instructions and wishing the Doctor no harm, who apparently tries to help him as the loops go on, realising soon it's just as much a prisoner as the Doctor himself. Well shit, this backfired. By the beginning 7,000th year, the Veil has realised the Doctor's plan and decides to help him speed up his escape. Ever wonder where the spade in the garden came from? Why wouldn't the Doctor just use that to break down the diamond wall? That was placed there by the Veil. This kind of feels like a cannon plaster, like, hey, why didn't he just use the spade? The answer for that, the character reason, is because the Doctor wanted to punish himself. So yeah, the Veil is a tragic figure. Serious or not, I bet you can't ever watch that episode the same way again. And last of all, let's talk dragons. The Doctor does not believe in dragons. despite fighting them frequently. It's just hilarious how certain the Doctor is, no, dragons could never exist. See also, ghosts. The Doctor is certain that ghosts don't exist, but the show seems more consistent on that, as many incarnations agree. Ghosts just don't exist, they're unscientific. But Doctor Who is sci-fi fantasy, and sometimes it leans into that fantasy more than you'd like. And then we have flying dragons. But Sam, they're not dragons, they're just aliens who we call dragons. Yes, sometimes. And sometimes the Doctor is Merlin and is slaying dragons with a sword. As other dimensions just have a Dungeons and Dragons Game of Thrones-ass world. 12 says they don't exist, but 9 rows went dragon fighting, and the 7th Doctor just sits down to talk to them sometimes. Whatever nerd dimension they came from. Dragons don't exist, Clara, you pishy bitch. Only vampires and mummies do. Idiot. My favourite take is in Vortex Butterflies, where they're just transcendental beings who watch over China. Although, this is the same story that has 10 discover the 3rd Doctor title sequence. So, take that with a pinch of salt if you're boring. The draconian excuse was always cool, don't get me wrong, but it seems kind of against the point for Doctor Who canon to restrict Doctor Who in any way. Just, there's dragons, man. And the TV stuff disputes it as well. The 7th Doctor in Ghostlight tells Light that he had failed to catalogue the dragon. And in the new series, 11, Rory and Amy went to a world of dragons whilst trying to get to Rio de Janeiro. River Song transported dragon eggs, and even the Torchwood team took out a stereotypical water dragon in Cardiff Bay. Why is the 12th Doctor suddenly too cool for it? This isn't a gotcha, by the way, it's just weird for a silly show like Doctor Who to rule them out in the first place. Cut to the 1960s, where he's fighting them off with fire extinguishers. In fact, the Doctor may have been battling dragons longer than he's been battling Cybermen. It's like saying he doesn't believe in sea devils.
We use what we know, that humans are sentimental about one another.
Welcome back to The Matrix. Things got kinda crazy out there, and though I may not be in the mood or the market for fun facts, but I definitely do have facts. 3 Doctor Who facts, plugged straight from The Matrix, or whatever this bit was. Let's just start. Outside the government, beyond the police. Torchwood 3 were good eggs. It doesn't take much to be beyond the police, but the fact that their final enemy turned out to be Home Office is bellissimo. As you could probably guess from the book's title, Slow Decay is not a very jolly read. Grim, morbid, violent, and yet, the story can still take a break from the grotesque body horror to discuss the important things, like the works of Hanna-Barbera. Actually, Toshiko Falcon's trying to say, the ghouls and ghosts and monsters in Scooby-Doo always turned out to be men in masks, usually the caretaker. Yeah, which only goes to prove that you're not a true Scooby-Doo fan, Owen said. He was still watching the patch of darkness as it hugged the corrugated metal side of the warehouse. The 6th incarnation of Scooby-Doo, dating to the early 1980s, had Scooby and Shaggy meeting up with real ghosts, vampires, and all kinds of shit. Didn't you ever see the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo? Or Scooby-Doo meets the Boo Brothers? Sadly, no. Fun though this is, Jack interrupted. I think we have a more pressing concern right now. Although I did think that Scooby-Doo and Reluctant Werewolf marked an absolute low in the output of Hanna-Barbera Studios. Now that's dialogue, baby. There are many references to the Scooby-Doo series in all of the Doctor Who universe.
Oh, it's freaky Scooby-Doo house.
You live in Scooby-Doo's house.
But whereas modern Doctor Who is more dismissive of a zany 70s TV show for children, the ultra-gritty adult show Torchwood can't get enough of it. Which is strange, as the other spin-off does have a bunch of meddling kids. And a dumb dog. Don't get me wrong, it fills me with absolute joy to hear cynical, sardonic bastard Owen Harper being a massive adjudicator, a gatekeeper of the Scooby-Doo canon. Who knew that Torchwood 3 also sided as Cardiff's local Scooby-Doo fan club? Now, this is a cute passage, but it becomes a bit more substantial when we see other writers of their own volition also making Scooby-Doo comparisons. In Trace Memory, a different novel by a different writer, Tosh and Owen discuss what Scooby-Doo characters they would be. What are the chances of this? There's also John Hart in Kiss Kiss Bang Bang and the Sins of Captain John, who says, "Your Torchwood is like Scooby-Doo but without the dog." Are you telling me the intergalactic bad boy from the future is a Scooby-Doo fan? In the TV episode Meet, Rhys Williams comes up with a brilliant plan of everyone hiding in his van, which Gwen dismisses as being a bit Scooby-Doo. Yeah, last time I checked, Scooby-Doo had a 100% track record. Scooby gets his guy. So...
I thought I was broadcasting to the security services. What do I get? Scooby-Doo and his gang. They even got the van.
Clearly, this derogatory use that I will not stand for persists until the far future. Scooby-Doo is a joke to Doctor Who, clearly. It makes sense for Captain Jack Harkness to have a vested academic interest in the lore of Scooby-Doo, but Owen? Yanto? What I get from this fact, and the fact that it keeps popping up, is that this is a show very insecure about being compared to Scooby-Doo. Because there's a gang and sometimes they split up. I don't remember the Scooby gang having guns. Or dying horribly. Honestly, I'm more so annoyed that the Doctor Who universe has never crossed over with Scooby-Doo yet. He's crossed over with everybody in his 50 years. The band Kiss, Batman, and John Cena. Hell, there are some Scooby-Doo villains who could be Doctor Who monsters. If I was showrunner, I'd make the tortured team battle Space Kook. Doctor Who versus the Scarlet Witch. Oh, I'm getting carried away. What were we talking about? Huh. Well, that's an image that's not going to leave my brain. Who do I have to thank for this aberration? The Judas goatee was published as part of Titan Comics' The 11th Doctor range. Oh, goddammit. You see, Titan Comics, they're really very good. All of their lines feature great writing, for the most part great art, and a healthy dose of fan service. Sometimes they overindulge in that fan service to the point it doesn't even make sense. The Judas goatee, great title, is a story with... God, Riversong, the Master, Sontarans, Absalom Dag, and the War Doctor. And because so little of it is even relevant to this story, it does feel like you just threw things at the page for nerd brownie points. And in this one, Sontarans with Master Goatees. You went too far. Science has gone too far. Look like potatoes, think like potatoes, mash like potatoes. Almost without any lead, just seeing the goatees, the Doctor comes to the conclusion immediately that the Master must have rocked up, introduced himself as a messiah, and seduced the troops with the apostasy of the goatee. Wow, you got that all from a goatee? The Sontarans suddenly having goatees is also part of a, get this, mysterious ancient time-locked atrocity. And you know, silly visual gimmick aside, great, an 11th Doctor story with Sontarans and the Delgado Master. But before you've got your footing, the Doctor's already off onto the next reference. And suddenly we're at Shada. It's like, what? Why? At their worst, Titan Comics' stories can sometimes feel like a tour of one reference to the next. Just a complete roller coaster of past victories, with very little narrative tissue holding the fan wank together. Oh look, it's the 4th Doctor and Romana. We have to find the Master's TARDIS. Sontarans? Wasn't this story about Sontarans? But no, 3 panels later and we're on to something else. It's not the first time that the Master has controlled Sontarans. In Destiny of the Doctors, he sends one down a corridor to have a sword fight with you. And that's a personal highlight. Eventually the arc falls apart with unanswered questions and chronological dissatisfaction as to where did the story begin or end. So it's an 11th Doctor arc, is what I'm saying. It did start a chain of events that leads to us at David Bowie's funeral, where Nigel Farage and big Boris Johnson are talking about Brexit. Well, Brexit means Brexit. I think we can all agree on that. Political commentary! One day I would love to return to the goatee Sontarans, mostly because I don't know why you introduced them in the first place. What, Titan Comics, was it just a power thing? Did you do it just because you could? No, a story should absolutely return to this colony world so we can blow them all up. And last of all, this past week Rusty Davis and the rest of Twitter watched along with New Earth. A new Earth and a new Doctor. But maybe the 10th Doctor was not as new as you thought. That's right, New Earth was not that early into the 10th Doctor's tenure. There were in fact weeks, months, and even a couple adventures before Ten and Rose take off from the Power State and head off to New Adventures in Series 2. The big gap in between these two stories is actually backed up by every medium, including the TV stuff. Love and Monsters told us that he went to celebrate with the Tylers in Trafalgar Square. It also shows us a glimpse of a lone Ten on his own Earth-based adventures trying to save Elton's mother from an elemental shade. There's Attack the Grask, which is questionable. It could be in between Tooth and Claw and School Reunion, but then he says,
Merry Christmas.
And that just confuses me further. Comics give the Doctor and Rose a lot more to do, with maybe their first adventure in the TARDIS being the Betrothal of Sontar. Great comic. In this story, he's still very clearly getting used to his own body. Doctor Who Adventures had a couple of stories that only could have existed in this bubble of time. But most interestingly is Doctor Who Magazine's The Lodger. Yes, that Lodger. Before The Lodger was an unfunny and low-budget James Corden comedy, it actually starred the 10th Doctor and Mickey. When the Doctor accidentally jumps a time track, he is left stranded in modern-day London and becomes roommates with Mickey Smith, who still kind of hates him. I really like this original story. It's a great prelude to Series 2, and reminds you where Mickey's head is at. So that's a whole other week before the events of New Earth. You could also make a case for these stories, but I won't. Some people take the timeline ordering very seriously. The very fact that the domesticated 10th Doctor settled down very briefly is pretty in line with the character arc. And although he's definitely not the only Doctor to have done this, I find it really cool that there's just gaps in the continuity. They're all over the place, and that's exciting to me. And whilst the story may not have James Corden or transphobic jokes about political correctness, you're dropping the ball, Roberts. What it does have is 10 in a pub. 10 in a pub!
London 1965.
As we already approach episode 10 of this series, it comes to my attention that I've been speaking an awful lot. Maybe too much. Let's see what you guys have to say about Canon as we head over to the forum. Oh shit, oh shit. Jodie Whittaker not canon! It's a shame 13's run isn't canon though. Chibnall isn't canon. Like, you mean the writer? Is Chris Chibnall real? Big Finish isn't canon. I've always wondered, is the Searching Adventures canon? I've always thought it isn't, but I don't know. Is my dad canon? The Doctor is not female and Jodie cannot play canon. If they wanted some feminism BS, bring back Romana Ortharani. I was thinking, maybe they can write 13 off as something akin to the Valeyard, where she's of the Doctor but not the Doctor at the same time. I'm sure you're above canon denial. This isn't denial! I haven't denied the Valeyard or the War Doctor. Jodie doesn't act like the Doctor at all. It's as if something went wrong during her regeneration. I'm not rewriting anything. I'm being creative with how to escape from a disaster we found ourselves in. There's a difference. A huge one. I've been watching all my life. I don't need nor want SJW. PC Moran's killing my favourite show. They arrest, mean and cruel, and wouldn't know a sense of humour if it bit them on the ass. Canon denial. Fuck it! You know canon. That's my last word on the subject. Huh. Wonder who that was. So it seems there's a lot of heated contention surrounding the term canon. What is canon? Where is canon? And how is canon? But something we can all agree on is that Rowan Atkinson is the canonical 9th Doctor. Of course we were going to talk about the Curse of Fatal Death. It was just a matter of time. Stephen Moffat's first TV story, and already he's deconstructing the show, being way too horny for his own good, and throwing new Doctors at us one after another. Get ready to meet a self-loving fuckboy, 10, a bumbling, awkward 11, a dashing, long-haired, pretty boy, 12, and a female 13th. Just saying. But they were just 5-second punchline cameos from a comedy skit from the 90s. Yes! But also no. I don't know if Whovians and fan writers were just desperate for content in the latter half of the Wilderness years, or whether they genuinely thought Joanna Lumley was a fantastic casting for the role. I think even Patrick Troughton suggested her. But there were full plans for her to receive her own serious adventures, with writers Lawrence Miles and David A. McIntee both seeing the comic relief special and fully intending to legitimise her Doctor by making her the lead of their upcoming BBC novels. Now, they never came to fruition, the pitches were obviously shot down, but it shows how playful and free Canon was becoming in the wilderness, with the 3 Ninth Doctors, the 1,000 different origin stories, and the Unbound series bringing us what if alternate worlds into the fandom. And technically, I suppose that's what many people assume Rowan Atkinson's Doctor is. I don't love the parallel world explanation that some use to justify alternate masters and different Doctors. It's great that they're getting recognition, but if we've learned anything from Series 12, I'd say it's that we don't need a literal explanation or permission to count something. Just let Doctors be Doctors and stories be stories, that's what I say. Set and released in 2004, The Tomorrow Windows is an 8th Doctor novel about coming to terms with the future of the franchise. I find this transitional period really interesting because I do have a faint second-hand memory of it. The Tate Modern has just unveiled its latest exhibit, a glimpse into the future, and you will see a gist of things to come in the glass. When the 8th Doctor looks into it, he sees a number of different visions. A wiry man with a gaunt hawk-like face, piercing pale grey-blue eyes, and a thin prominent nose, joining an almost cruel, almost arrogant smile. Boom, that's Schalke. That's gotta be Schalke, right? I guess the Mirror of Erised really banked on the future of webcasts. Of the many Doctors described, we can pick out 3 Ninth Doctors that we know: Grant, Eccleston, and Atkinson. Why do we see these 3 instead of John Hurt?
I'll explain later.
Later, in the final book of the range, the Gallifrey Chronicles, Marnell, who was the previous owner of the Doctor's TARDIS, exclaims that the Doctor had 3 different Ninth incarnations. Not could have had, not might have had, not used to have. The Doctor had 3. 3 existed, but different accounts had different ideas on which he eventually regenerated into. Now, I wouldn't have said no to a Blackadder-style miniseries continuing the Doctor Who parody. I'd like to think Dr. Screw has taken up the mantle as the spiritual successor to that. But I certainly know which face of the bunch I would pick. Other Doctors glimpsed in this vision included a ginger-haired Doctor. This is the future incarnation mentioned in Battlefield, but the Virgin New Adventures are obsessed with him. Many men in pseudo-Edwardian dress. Morbius? Uh-oh. As well as a future vision of him being the first Doctor again. What does that mean? Think I know? You think I got all the answers? Rusty Davis also added to the fire back in March with Doctor Who and the Time War as Russell bridges his gap between McGann and Eccleston. As he says, all Doctors exist, all stories are true. The only correct thing that has been said on this channel ever. He also added on Instagram that he didn't specify which 9th Doctor he regenerated into. Do I smell another big Finish box set? The War Comic Relief Doctor. Number 2. Last time we covered the revival, so this time let's focus on the classic series. On to the next wacky fact. Oh no. Guys, it's not as bad as it sounds. Sometimes companions have to make the big boy decisions. Martha in the Year That Never Was, Don Noble in the Turn Left timeline. The Last Days by Evan Pritchard is one of my favourite short stories, and one of the best stories in all Doctor Who, in all honesty. In it, we join Ian and Barbara at the end of an adventure in Judea 73 AD, where Ian has been living amongst the Jewish zealots under siege by the Romans. Barbara awakes from an injury and finds that Ian, for the past several weeks, against the Doctor's wishes, has been leading the zealots against the Roman Empire. But Flavius Silver is coming, who along with his new advisor, will defeat and enslave the zealots before the night is through. Now, Barbara, the history teacher, knows what is about to take place and doesn't want Ian to learn the hard way, as the men all resolve that it's better to form a suicide pact and murder their own friends, wives, and children. And it's a horrible change of the tide that does not hold back, as we see mothers and kids laid out together in horrific detail. Pretends to read book. This is madness, Barbara! You're not telling me they went through with this? Yes, they did. And I'd hope you would have the same strength to do it for me. I know what the life of a Roman slave is like, Ian. I don't think I could bear it. It's a grim little story we have here that hits on different levels depending on how well you know your history. Crueler still is that the Doctor and Susan are on the other side of the conflict, helping the mad bastard Silver, to enslave these people, just to try and counteract any damage to the timeline that Ian might be doing. Oof, that's a weird dynamic. It's early days, and though it might seem bizarre to subject children's TV characters to a hands-on genocide, this story couldn't have been told with anybody else. It's 1965! Thank you, Doctor! We had a lot of fun and mental scarring! Goodbye! In the climax, Ian pretends to kill Barbara and holds the sword as his new brothers nobly impale themselves upon it. The men drew their lots. I have only 1 in a chance 11 of surviving this, he thought. He realised he didn't know if that was a good or a bad thing. It's the conflict of the Aztecs reversed, and a lot gorier this time, with a shell-shocked Ian, who was willing to die as one of them, is made complicit firsthand on another wacky adventure of Saturday evening Doctor Who. By far one of the cruelest things put on a companion. He's right up there with the PTSD trauma tier with Ace and Dodo. Even Martha got a better go round of it. Fucking hell, I'd be trying to escape the TARDIS too. And last of all... how did Six die? Well, the evil Michael Grade killed him, of course, but the autopsy report says something different. Apparently, it was a bang to the head, but this isn't actually confirmed anywhere. There are many different accounts, and in none of them he bangs his head. Huh? But there are several different endings to the Sixth Doctor, none of them nice. Time the Rani gives us little more than the Rani chasing the TARDIS with some turbulence. Personally, I'm fine with that, but Spiral Scratch by Gary Russell drained him of time life force. A Time Lord chakra, if you will. Many accounts will tell you that Femric was responsible. Nicholas Briggs made a 4-hour, 50-pound song and dance out of it, and in the brink of death, Big Finish throw everything in the kitchen sink at him as he takes a massive burst of radiation and is then hit with a physical trauma as he ends his new tenure screaming in agony. Massive improvement. In Love and War, Paul Cornell insinuates that the 7th Doctor killed him. Although he didn't yet exist, the dormant McCoy persona was just so strong that he deliberately murdered his predecessor after deciding that time needs a champion. Huh? That might be the weirdest one yet. 7 was just so impatient he felt like he needed to be born. So there's all these different accounts. Which one of them is valid? All of them, obviously, but the Valiard season finale does seem the most earned. If it's not respectful to the Doctor, at least it's respectful to the actor. Briggs also makes sure to incorporate elements from these 2 books in the final regeneration story. It's a nice acknowledgement, and hints that different outcomes in canon can sometimes just be put down to incomplete accounts of the situation.
Yes, I will regenerate. Yes, I will regenerate. Our future is in safe hands.
I still feel like falling off the exercise bike was a better way to go, though. Carrot juice, carrot juice, carrot juice.
Homo sapiens.
Welcome back to The Matrix. Earlier this month, we found out that 4 and 10 are finally going to be crossing over in the world of Big Finish. Something that I predicted. Boom! Called it. I'm the winner. I'm the best Doctor Who fan. I win. But aren't we all winners? Tom Baker's still with us, still playing the Doctor to this day. Didn't always used to be like that. Prior to 2012, Tom Baker had some issues with reprising the role, and it took him ages to return to Big Finish in what was touted as a large return from a long absence. But that's not technically true, as Baker had actually been playing the role, at least on BBC Audio, cheeky bastard, from 2009 onwards. Matrix, give me something from that beehive. Right, brilliant. Just like that. I swear to God I'm not making these up. In the year 2009, the 4th Doctor, for some reason, settles down in a cottage in Sussex. And Ness Cottage is where the 4th Doctor will remain for 3 entire seasons of audio plays. And for the rest of time, as the 4th Doctor has retired. This is a late career Doctor at the end of his story. Not Lake Silencio, not Trenzalore, Sussex.
I've never had a life like that.
Sir, I saw you die, and I wasn't sitting in your sofa watching Midsummer Murders. What's going on there? So settle on down in Nest Cottage with the 4th Doctor, Mike Yates, and Mrs. Wibsey. Ah yes, the Doctor's closest friends, as he decides to fob off time and space and pull a Canon and company exploring sci-fi mysteries around the countryside. It's a charming direction. Who knew that Sussex was such an exciting location for science fiction hijinks? The writer of this 15-episode run over 3 series over 3 years was Paul Mars. Here's what he has to say on the matter. Tom Baker was still the missing Doctor. No one could convince him to come back and recreate the role. He hadn't really been near it for 28 years. He was fiercely protective of his legacy and legendarily impossible for writers to please. What if, he wondered expansively, what if his Doctor Who hadn't regenerated after all? What if he had quietly retired to a village somewhere deep in the English countryside like Sherlock Holmes had? What if he had a dog and a tetchy housekeeper? And that is how they pulled Tom Baker back in. By a scarf. Carnivorous houseplants, nasty surgeons, rude archaeologists, and murder hornets are all major villains of this era. Yeah, we've got those too. No Daleks here for Mike Yates and the 4th Doctor and his housekeeper to battle. Yeah, you don't get Sontarans in the countryside. Just Tories. It's only later series that interdimensional omnipotent threats such as the Demon and the Visitor start showing up. The Visitor, it turns out, is just the 2nd Doctor, played by his son, David Troughton. Not treated with any of the spectacle of a multi-Doctor story, the Visitor sticks around to the point where he becomes a major late-game villain. Paul Mars was just given full creative control, wasn't he? I think they said, as long as Tom likes it, just do it. He's a beloved British figure, don't let him get away again. Get back in the booth, old man! In fact, the most recurring villain in the Baker years may now be the Murder Hornets. Just when you think 2020 can't get any worse. But you want to hear about the scarf. The animated sentient scarf. Well, in the 2011 audio, Aladdin time, the Doctor and Mrs. Wibsey encounter a small boy claiming to be Aladdin in search of a fabled lamp. And that's your plot. The Doctor found his scarf had become animated and it began to talk to him. He followed the scarf and rejoined with Mrs. Wibsey, Aladdin and the magician, and they found the lamp. When Aladdin rubbed it, the scarf emerged and allowed Aladdin 3 wishes. It does have an explanation, a very weirdly morbid one, in fact, but let's just picture the 4th Doctor with a sentient genie scarf. It's become too powerful. What adventures is he having? He should be like Doctor Strange, where the cape is sentient and helps him, but you know he's a good dude. Anyway, I don't know why I'm surprised anymore. The fact that the 4th Doctor scarf can grant wishes, I should have seen it coming, frankly. Number 2. Back to Titan Comics. As previously established, Doctor Who loves itself. Titan Comics really do love doing the whole guided tour of memorabilia and references. In fact, near the end of their run, 9 Rose and Jack come across 10 different Doctor Who characters from the past before lunchtime. In The Transformed, the 9th Doctor comes across a late Rusty Davies era Mickey. And his wife, Martha. Hang on, that's a paradox. What do we do there? Oh, you know, we'll just turn her into a gargoyle. Huh? Martha Jones spends this whole story as a gargoyle with gargoyle abilities. Mickey sends a distress beacon to the Doctor, hoping he'll get his one. But instead, 9 comes out the doors, and he just walks away. Nah, jog on mate, didn't want you. Fair enough mate. Could have been worse. Imagine if Hartnell would come out those doors. He would have had no clue what's going on.
No, you don't talk to me like that. Ricky Schmidt, whatever your name was.
I really don't like The Transformed, as I said in my 9th Doctor retrospective. It's one of the few comics where I'll point at and go, no, this is nothing like Doctor Who. Especially when Mickey and Martha don't really add anything to the story. It also doesn't tell us anything more about their relationship and how they possibly got married. And what were the chances of that? Oh, they hooked up during Journey's End. You just didn't see it. They had a glint in their eyes, you know? And because this is the first time the Doctor has met Martha, this also includes her first chronological go in the TARDIS. Depends whose perspective you follow. Never mind River Song, I think the Doctor meets everybody out of order these days. It's a very strange crossover, especially as their dynamic actually seems to regress. But like, no, they were good with each other by this point. They had mutual respect. So now that the Doctor's always known that Mickey's going to become some kind of action man badass, why is he being a dick again? As the worst parts of the Ninth Doctor rear their ugly head. Anyway, I'm very sad to announce that to this day, Martha Jones in the Whoniverse is a gargoyle lady. Just kidding, she got better. But that's boring! And last of all, let's let the Matrix decide. All Time Lord myths are true. Is there any Time Lord legend that isn't an actual horrifying entity out to get the universe? Every other villain that shows up in the new series seems to be some kind of ancient Time Lord myth.
Cult of Skaro. I thought you were just a legend.
Yeah, well, they've racked up over the years. Omega, Rassilon, vampires, the Shakri, Weeping Angels, Zagreus, the Guardians, Ravenous, the Rocks from Stones of Blood, the Eternals, hell, even maybe the Doctor himself. Fair enough. God, even the Solitract, the Talking Frog. The Talking Frog was a Time Lord myth. And I know there's more enemies, more obscure foes out there that have been given the same kind of treatment. It's a very easy way to paint a villain with higher stakes than they've earned. Look, if little Time Lord loom babies are being told about the Shakri, then we've got an issue. Because those guys, not impressive. Even we don't know who they are. And we watched a whole episode about them. Like, who next? Do the Time Lords tell each other sacred myths about the Slitheen? I mean, maybe. Oh shit, wait, no. Let me double check, because I joke, but brilliant, there it is. Andiba and the Four Slitheen. In Time Lord fairy tales. These captivating stories include mysterious myths and legends about heroes and monsters of all kinds from every corner of the universe, originally told to young Time Lords at bedtime.
That one doesn't even make sense.
Hang on, one of these is about Rose Tyler. A Time Lord's being taught stories of Rose Tyler. I like that. One of them is called Snow White and the Seven Keys to Doomsday. So, I'm not sure about this source. And you know what else this means, right? That every single story the Time Lords tell is true, but every piece of history is a lie. Name a single Gallifreyan development and I can tell you exactly who they stole it from. Huon Energy, they stole that from the Rachnos. The Matrix, a robot from Doctor Who Adventures. The Archerons claim that they stole time travel from them. And regeneration, I don't need to tell you about. Look at this empire taking credit for all of their achievements and culture. Who do they think they are? The British? So the fact that they can't even come up with their own mythology, their own legends to tell, and their own stories, kind of adds up, actually. I like the idea that all of the Time Lords are aware of everything out there in the cosmos. They just don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. In fact, my headcanon is that Gallifrey tells stories about the outside world to enforce the non-intervention policy. Make everybody scared of everything out there. And they won't ever leave. But how mad is it that every single one of them turned out to be real? They don't have bunyips. Or mermaids. Like, it's okay for some of them to be fictional. The one time one of them was fictional, the Master was quick to fix that. Even the hybrid. The Doctor grew up on fairy tales about himself, and that's my favourite thing in the Moffat era.
I was once a man with a master plan.
A Doctor with missing memories and little recollection of her former lives? It's more common than you may think. What about a Doctor who cannot remember anything ever? Today, let's talk 8's many, many amnesiac turns. Oh, and welcome to the Matrix. We hate stories. Who's got time to waste on intros? All I care about are the cold, hard facts. Such as, the 8th Doctor has lost his memory no less than 15 times. Like in any long-running TV series, an amnesia subplot is almost obligatory. Inevitable. It's an easy trope to play and a quick way to revert a character to square one for desperate drama. It's also a massively notorious cliche, indicative of a lost series with little idea of direction. I'm not sure that it's been done well, ever. And 8, it seems, is a character that many saw as a roadblock back in the 90s. Where do we take him? How about backwards? And so the poor sod is reverted back to factory settings regularly. Now, he's not the only Doctor to suffer from the old forget patch. It happens. Wow, a lot actually. In Minuet and Hell, Charlie and 8 lose their memories in a crash only to be identified by the Brigadier. Something Inside features the Brain Worm, feasting on the Doctor's memories. Terra Firma, spoilers for a great audio play. He's lost all knowledge of 2 of his earliest companions, before Davros did something very nasty to them. Father Time tells us the Doctor forgot Gallifrey was destroyed, and just wandered around Earth for 100 years. A brief hit of memory loss also starts the chain of events that split up the Doctor and Charlie. Orbis, the War Master, Endgame, Company of Friends, where he rocks up to Villa Diodati the first time. Have you met this Doctor? I'm looking all over for him. Even in the Time War, the Garden of Death, the Daleks wipe him clean. The Earth arc, memory loss. The TV movie, memory loss. He's definitely gotten a reputation for it. As did Big Finish. The amnesia was so comically consistent that it became somewhat of a running joke within the fandom. It's certainly tiring to see this Doctor in particular reset so often, especially as this isn't even a trope that has ended. We're all self-aware, but Big Finish can't help themselves. The War Master box set was last year. The Time War Volume 2 was the year before that. God, give someone else a go. I've definitely noticed that it's for less defined Doctors who spend their tenure relearning who the Doctor is. Because instead of giving your character a unique personality of their own, it's much easier to make the audience care by connecting them up to the hordes of lore that have come before. Am I throwing shade? Yes. I'm just saying, throughout a lot of Whittaker's run, her main personality trait has been reaffirming us constantly that she is the Doctor. I know who I am. I'm pretty sure as prerequisites go, that's the bare minimum. It seems in the early days the same applied to the fairly generic Edwardian aloof romantic Paul McGann. Now, yeah, sometimes maybe they fell back on old Doctor's experiences to fill the void of a new persona. Every regeneration episode gets away with doing this once, as it's quite likely writers saw the TV movie and genuinely didn't know where to go with him. Oh, he's the one who kisses and forgets what's going on, because he didn't have other stories to fill that space. But it's also functional. The 8th Doctor has been around a long time in several different runs, costumes and ranges. It's fragmented, but somewhat necessary to reboot him. Less than Molly Sullivan's and the War in Heavens and the Lucy Millers would just shatter this incarnation. It should also be mentioned that in the Earth arc of the books, the series ends with 8's memories never being restored. Ever. A regular Jack Harkness, if you will. Mind Crush! Now, the TV movie gets a pass, as do Daria River Songs of Grace and Starship Theseus. This happens so much! But who started the trend? Well, it was Uncle Terry. Uncle Terry! I can never stay mad at you. Terrence Dix as the 8 Doctors has the Master trick him out of his memories and is guided by the ghost of Rassilon to get them back one by one, Doctor by Doctor. Wow, who knew that such an esteemed founding father of the program could write fanfic? It's like, come on, let my boy live. Stop taking his memory away, especially when it doesn't lead to any actual character development. It's contrived enough when a sitcom does it. Never mind a sci-fi series 15 plus times in one tenure. The character arc just looks like a roller coaster. There's no consistency. For instance, you might think the Doctor would remember something as important as destroying Gallifrey, where it's actually revealed to be some wacky Matrix hijinks that made him forget. Ooh, the Matrix, where desperate arcs go to die. We should get him like the Memento tattoos, just tattoo his name and origin and wiki page on his arm. He won't forget then. Is the 8th Doctor woefully inconsistent? A raging alcoholic? Or is he doing a really elaborate bit to pick up Earth girls? Just saying. Matrix, activate! Sherlock Holmes was a real man who became fictional. Okay, God, did I mention the war in heaven? Because that's a whole bag of worms I don't want to open yet. But it's too late now. I've only gone and themed a whole video around it. Sherlock Holmes, like every British mainstay, is a regular to the Doctor Who verse. And no, not just Super Wholock. May it burn in hell. In the aptly named Faction Paradox novel, Erasing Sherlock, Mr. Holmes goes timey-wimey and is transformed into a fictional character, whereupon his escapades will presumably be exhausted until the end of time. Whereas the Doctor encounters him in all-consuming fire. So not only does the Doctor team up with the world's greatest detective, second best, third best, but they battle Lovecraftian night terrors together. Oh boy, get a load of this sentence. He was supposedly drugged and taken to the portal to Rylea, which they entered riding a Rakshasa. Holmes and Watson helped the Doctor battle the creature posing as the Great Old One, known as Azathoth. Don't remember that in Hounds of the Baskervilles. The Fifth Doctor even bought a property down the road in Baker Street, as anyone who's following the new Stranded series will be able to tell you. Not only did they adapt this novel fairly recently, but Big Finish have their own on-staff Sherlock, played by the big man himself. Get you a man that can do both. Big Finish's Sherlock has even crossed over with the likes of Dorian Gray. He gets around. I just picture all of the British IPs hanging out in the land of fiction having crossover fun all day. Hey Big Finish, where's my box set on that? Can we meet Noddy? Did Noddy used to be a real person who was made fictional? Hey, I don't know, you can't just go assuming those things now. The rulebook was thrown out a while ago.
There's no Noddy.
Sorry, yeah, that'd be ridiculous. But when they're not hunting down elder gods, he's reading up about the war in heaven. Sherlock Holmes, in the twilight of his career, was researching the effects of this great battle and what it was doing to the early 20th century. Eventually, Sherlock read the Book of the Enemy, erasing him from history. In an alternate history, where River Song didn't kill the 11th Doctor, there's also Sherlock Holmes being the host of an ITV1 show, which I always thought was a very strange detail. Sometimes the Sherlock TV show even exists in verse, and I don't know how I feel about that. There was that one time that the Coraline 12th Doctor met up with Sherlock. I don't think we should count that though. The 12th Doctor meets new companion, Sprout Boy. Nobody loves Sprout Boy. I've gone off topic again, haven't I? And our third and final factoid, the Emperor. Get a load of this guy. What Marvel superhero do you think he frequently battles? Well, this is the Emperor. Among all of the facts I've brought you in this series, this one is my favourite. As grimdark as it is ridiculous, as series ruining as it is genuinely and admittedly cool, the Emperor is an evil tyrant incarnation of the Doctor in the far future. Okay, where to start? First mentioned in Father Time by relative newcomer and Canon bull in a china shop Lance Parkin, as supreme ruler of the world with a secret police force, the Emperor controlled all of time and space travel and was able to crush any perceived threat or rebellion before it had begun. We only catch hearsay or glimpses of this far future, but always of one moment in particular. Often depicted holding his newly born child, he was assassinated on the night of her birth. That child is explicitly revealed to be the Doctor's. Her name is Miranda Dawkins. She comes with her own Superman origin and comic book series, as short-lived as it was. Not a trick, not an arsepool, not a parallel world, nor a Valiard situation. The 8th Doctor adopts his own future daughter, and the Emperor is the real deal. Eventually, she becomes a good authoritarian fascist empress, and sacrifices herself for 8. So many questions. The Emperor is also described as the last of the Time Lords. You wanted insane, show-breaking lore, and the War in Heaven arc certainly has that. Parkin also went on to have the Master describe he and the Doctor as 2 of the 4 surviving elementals, and that they needed to rule the Time Lordless new universe together. Something he agrees to. Cartmel plan? Get that weak shit out of here. The Doctor is now a Gurren Lagann villain. Oh, nothing ever debunked this, by the way, or attempted to invalidate it. Because why would you? I think he can pull off anything in the universe so long as you go all in on the idea. The Emperor is a mad idea for Doctor Who that maybe doesn't fit the series, but it's not the only time it's happened. In The Four Doctors by Paul Cornell, the Daleks found a potential timeline where the 10th Doctor lets Wilf die in the end of time. Which one of us is more valuable to the universe? I don't want to go, so I'm not going. And then rules over the galaxy as a Time Lord victorious tyrant, only to be assassinated as well by Raxacoricophalopatorian. Further still, he looks identical to the Father Time in the 1969 TV comic, who's again revealed to be a mysterious ascended future Doctor. I feel like I'm going crazy. It all links up. It all connects! Will we ever see the Emperor in any capacity ever again? No. Technically, the arc was wrapped up, and although he should still be a come-in far in the Doctor's timeline, I think we have to file him away with the rest of Action Paradox, The War in Heaven, and Looms. What are looms? I'll leave that one with you for homework next week.
I'm still quite socially awkward.
Welcome back to The Matrix. Hey, am I being more impatient than usual, or does Series 13 just feel like it's never gonna come? After so many breaks and the unsatisfying half-season that was this year, doesn't it just feel intangible at this point? This, in all honesty, is why I find myself scrounging for any 13 story I can get my hands on. I've just about exhausted the cameos, the comics, the novels, and the VR games. And through my search, I've come across something very fun indeed. The 13th Doctor, in her first ever story, is an assassin. Hang on, I don't remember that. Fair enough, it's not a very memorable story. What I'm actually referring to is the first true appearance of the 13th in a short prose poem by James Goss. I hear you doubting me. Well, would it make things any better if I told you it was actually a Russell touch? True, the Death List might be a lyrical short story by Goss, but the collection's illustrator, Russell T. Davies, cheekily and discreetly nabbed first dibs on the 13th Doctor, making it her first outing ever published. Very naughty. And this was all based on pure speculation. Russell T. Davies filled a whole poem book full of nudge nudge wink wink hints that the next Doctor might own a clitoris. That's quite the gamble, but it paid off. In the Death List, an unspecified Doctor has set up camp in the King's Court. Having been established here for a while, the Doctor is also the mysterious masked assassin, a possible mercenary working only for the throne. But when the King decides he wants the Doctor herself dead and hires the masked assassin to do it, a royal revolution is on her hands. Now, not only did Russell decide to illustrate a Doctor wearing stilettos with a feminine, slender figure, more slender, but he actually asked James Goss to amend the pronoun, leaving the gender of the Doctor ambiguous in the story. The accompanying drawing, though, was anything but ambiguous, as this female Doctor explicitly has the number 13 hidden in her robes. Russell T. Davies nabbed the first Whittaker story to be released all the way back in 2017, right from under Chibnall's feet, before the announcement happened. You snooze, you lose, Chris. Fair's fair though, after he stole Davis's scenes, villains, cliffhangers, characters and emotional beats. There's also the short story Contents, about a trunk containing items belonging to each Doctor, and unless 8 was embracing his feminine side, and hey, maybe, there's very clearly lipstick and a handbag in there. You're not fooling anyone, Russell. Now, these aren't really articles associated with Whittaker's Doctor, as we currently know her, but the intent is very clear. Hang on a minute. Sarah Jane once said the Sonic lipstick was a leftover present from the Doctor. Hang on, no, this doesn't belong to 13, this is definitely 8's. New headcanon. Davies actually gets so on the nose that he draws Capaldi looking towards a female mannequin. Even if my hunch was wrong, there was time with the publishing to have removed any of these, but actually they're all quite speculative. Yeah, alright Russell, you knew.
Ted, what's your question?
Hello, Ted.
Would you ever write the Doctor regenerating into a woman?
Oh, good question. That's a cheeky, controversial one.
Of all of the revival showrunners, I don't think there's anyone who likes playfully tinkering with the canon more than Russell. During Moffat's tenure, he got to write the 11th Doctor one time and used his small chance to hint at the idea of the Time Lord's changing race, the Doctor's true age, and 10's regeneration farewells extending to everybody he's ever known. Posthumously, Russell can't help himself, and I am all here for it. Moffat supposedly called it quits on writing more Who in any capacity, but I sincerely hope Russell T Davies never throws in the towel. For the last few years, I just imagine him popping his head over the fence and throwing these coy little fun ideas at us. I'm just saying, if I were ex-showrunner, that's the kind of trouble I'd be creating. There's actually a number of solo Whittaker stories with no companions. I wouldn't hazard a guess as to where these take place yet, because we don't know a whole timeline. But Rhino on 34th Strand Street, Scratchman, the Missy Chronicles, Day of the Doctor, the VR games, not a mention of Ryan, Graham or Yaz. No, 13's either getting really distracted on our Gallifrey moping sessions, or this is a future 13 we haven't met yet, which I'm really excited for. In the Missy Chronicles, she's established herself as a museum curator in Venice for whatever reason, and when Moffat briefly wrote her, she sat on a park bench talking to the moment about the events of saving Gallifrey. Awkward conversation now, when you come to think of it. Next fact. I demand something about monkeys. Close enough. The Ogrons were not in the classic series of Doctor Who. Yeah, I've seen Frontier in Space. Yeah, I've seen Day of the Daleks. Carnivore monsters? Yeah, maybe only 100 times. But Big Finish's Time Warp box set tells us there's something very funky going on with them. Volume 2 isn't a great set, probably the most middling of purchases I've made. But for my money, the highlight is a weird little story called Planet of the Ogrons. The Doctor's TARDIS lands on Gallifrey. The Time Lords watch as the doors open, revealing a Ogron wearing a cravat, claiming he is the Doctor. My god, there's so many Doctor variants now that there's even a Dr. Ogron. An experiment of the Dalek Overseer programmed with all of the Doctor's memories and personality traits. Oh, so that's where the 8th Doctor's memories keep going off to. Dr. Ogron, in fact, was such a good copy that he could regenerate. Meaning, hey, if you wanted a spin-off series starring John Colcher as Dr. Ogron, Big Finish wouldn't say no, would they? Spam their Twitter page! Look, as great as Ogron Doctor is, this story is more about the unnatural relationship between the Daleks and the Ogrons. As we find out, the Ogrons were never originally in those stories. The version that we watch when we put in our Day of the Daleks DVD is the Time War altered version of events, where the Daleks injected Ogrons into their previous battles and victories. A Dalek special edition, if you will. Sorry, bad joke. That is incredibly interesting. And also makes me want to make a fan edit where I edit out every single instance of Ogrons in the classic series. The Master shouting at his computer. The Doctor shooting at nothing. The Doctor and Joe just driving around on a tricycle. Please make that an optional setting in the next re-release. I guess carnivore monsters might count, but this mostly brings up more questions. Who is real? Is anything in the classic series real? Is the Merca real? Are Cybermen real? Oh shit, is William Hartnell real? I like this move from Big Finish because it's not a canon plaster, it's a change to the original canon that just inspires new ideas. It's a cool concept. They didn't have to make that change, but they did, and I respect them for it. When so many of these Time War stories play it so safe, stuff like this reminds you that the Time War event has ramifications in the entire series and its history. It makes you wonder why there's even such things as fan continuity issues in the first place. Just point to the Time War. It's as good a catch-all excuse as you're gonna get. Why does regeneration look different? Why do all Daleks look like this now? The unit dating controversy. Time War, Time War, Time War. Boom, it's just that easy. If you have any contradictions or counter-arguments to this point, I will be taking no questions at this time. I deeply do not care.
Your report?
We found and destroyed the enemy.
Any complications?
No complications.
Good.
And last of all, gimme monkeys, gimme monkeys. No monkeys. Yeah, no, this one's as crazy as it reads. There's really no explaining this one. Keep an eye on Jackie Tyler next time you're watching The Christmas Invasion, because she gets up to some hijinks, and I'm not talking about late night visitors. While the Doctor, Rose and Mickey were on the Sycorax ship, Jackie was briefly visited by the 3rd Doctor, Joe Grant, and Captain Mike Yates. Yes! I love this show! who had been answering a distress call that they received in the TARDIS, made by Harriet Jones, although Jackie initially assumed that the Doctor she knew had changed again, and Joe and Mike were the regenerated Rose and Mickey. Ah! It's so good! She soon came to understand that the third Doctor was a younger version of Tennant. Man, imagine the day Jackie Tyler is having. But before there's time to work out the specifics, the third Doctor is attacked by Jackie's Christmas tree. My word, it's the dreaded Autons. Nah, we already dealt with them lot. Doctor, this is a really weird crossover. Why am I always here? The gang try and find unit headquarters, which has been moved to the Tower of London. Trying to convince the bouncer that he is actually the Doctor, the story resolves itself, and the 10th Doctor gets it done to do. But it gets better. Returning to Jackie's flat, the group encounter the Master, trapped by another Christmas tree decoration after following the Doctor to her flat. The Master was trying to meet up with the Sycorax, giving them an offer they couldn't refuse. Yeah, good plan, went well. Anyway, the third Doctor sends him packing. Dr. Chop flirts with Jackie briefly and then goes back to his own time, leaving Jackie to continue on like nothing happened. Maybe she's used to this. Maybe different incarnations of the Doctor come along to Jackie's flat for adventures all the time. Imagine being so boring that you don't believe in the story where Jackie Tyler teamed up with Pertwee to defeat the Master. My god, transformative trivia like that just gives me life. Something so bizarre that I can never watch the original piece of media in the same way ever again. It should now be mentioned that Jackie has had more adventures with different iterations of the Doctor than Rose has. Jackie Tyler also had many house calls from her Captain Jack Harkness, with Big Finish even releasing a crossover story between them. You can't convince me that these two haven't done it. It's just not feasible. As in his own series, Captain Jack has also taken her to a luxury space cruise ship, so infer from that what you will. And I'll leave you with that mental image. Until next time.
This is Commander Strax of the glorious Sontaran Empire.
Welcome back to The Matrix, an ongoing collection of hyperfixating on strange lore tidbits by somebody who hates hyperfixating on strange lore tidbits. No, I don't know how we got here either. Whilst I haven't found anything today that will change everything you know forever, I do have 3 revelations today more on the casual end of the scale. Behold, Doctor, what I have found will slightly uncomfort you forever. Fact number 1, the Paternoster Gang. Everybody's favourite wacky sidecast. What's not to like? Lesbian lizard swordsmaster, a cockney sub, and a silly Sontaran. 3 characters that become more exaggerated and less endearing in every encounter. Hey, I wonder if they have a Big Finish box set. Why even pretend? Of course they have a Big Finish box set. 4 of them, in fact. But how could you not make 4 box sets about these unique characters? Well, it seems that a Silurian and a domesticated Sontaran aren't all that uncommon in Victorian London. Let me introduce you to Ston the Sontaran. Another battle potato living just across the street from Strax. What are the chances? Ston was the leader of the Bloomsbury Bunch, who were another alien triad operating in 1892 London, miraculously also consisting of a human, a Silurian, and a Sontaran. What are the chances? And then it goes deeper even still, because of course it does. 2 of these 3 are in a homosexual relationship. Place your bets. Now it's these 2. Yes, I am sorry to share that 2 Sontarans are living in the Victorian era, and one of them has settled down with a human man. This is distressing. The lizard lady from the Dawn of Time, hey, that's one thing, but these guys, that's a step up. Apparently, Ston too rejected the usual Sontaran ethic and instead devoted his life to capitalism. Well, yeah, obviously. Man, of all the characters to give a spin-off to, you couldn't give one to the gay, married, Victorian, capitalist, renegade Sontaran. The injustice. And Strax? Oh, Strax isn't happy about this literal clone popping up across the way. But of course, as we all know from episode 1 of the Paternoster Gang, Strax is a staunch Marxist.
You must throw off your shackles and seize the means of production. No! We are not slaves! We are cockneys! So, Are you ready to strike? Yes!
Strike! Hey, it's okay. It's okay to just take a moment. I just unloaded a lot of crazy stuff on you. Like, I wasn't even going to mention the 10-part Strax comic, The Adventures of Strax and the Time Shark, in which Strax has casual access to time travel, captures a weeping angel, and makes King Arthur a table, also he can save a cat from a tree. So yeah, don't worry about that. God, I wonder what the casual fans think the audios and the comics are like. Like, how do you explain this kind of zaniness is back to back? How do you make peace with that? That the Doctor saved Jenny from being molested by the Magnus Greel cult, or that Strax has actually battled the Sontarans, or that the Ninth Doctor lied to Lizard Lady and told her she was the last of her species. Oh, hey, I'm burning ideas here, I know, but I just feel like the Paternoster gang are a Pandora's box that I shouldn't have opened. I guess that's what happens when your starting point are these guys. Hey, they're forced and they're not for me, but I love Moffat's insistence that Who is an outrageously silly show. Fact number 2. Let's talk about Susan. Susan! Not a very alien name. This is because, like the Doctor, it's a total pseudonym. I know Time Lord names can be weird, but I certainly didn't expect Susan's real name to be Archetior. Archetior. Like, come on, that's a bit sci-fi for even Doctor Who. With its Barusas and its Romana ad Velotrandars, the highly contentious book Lungbarrow tells us that Susan's father was called, get this, Pandad the Seventh, which is only the 7th funniest thing in that book. Lord President Pandad. Daddy Pandad. There's no pattern to it. No wonder she took the name Susan. But interestingly, there's 2 different sources that tell us that Archetia is the Gallifreyan word for rose, which makes this relationship even more questionable. Hey, I'd understand Clara or Charlie or Sarah as motive from gravitating towards other companions, and seeing her in other people was a genuinely sweet reason I believe the Doctor takes companions.
Shut up.
But Rose? It's dubious, and apparently just unfortunate, as, get this, the short story Roses was published all the way back in Doctor Who magazine in 1994. I didn't even exist, and certainly neither did Rose Tyler. So, was this a coincidence? Did Rusty Davis really like this story, or was it lurking in his brain? I don't know, but I do know Roses. It's a great little piece of writing. Roses has the first Doctor potter around a garden while Stephen post-Dalek Masterplan waits for him to finish reminiscing. It's here that he gets nabbed by the Barusa Triangle. The Triangle of Rassilon, an experience that changes his face and then dunks him down in the 5 Doctors, where who does he meet? But Archetior. Sorry, I mean Rose. It's a cute little prequel, and the old Brian Hudd illustrations of Doctor Who magazine are gorgeous, but it certainly raises questions of coincidence. But hang on, 3 also said, when he hooked up with Jackie Tyler last video, that he's never known a Rose. Contradictions! Heresy! And the last fact I will leave with you today, well, less a fact and more an exploration. Here is every known explanation for the Valiant. 2000s Doctor Who fans just couldn't handle it. They could not handle having a mystery waved in front of their face and having no proper set-in-stone answer for it. The Valiant is a nightmare for Canon-focused fans, and many different writers have tried foolishly to plug that gap and explain the Valiant. Okay, let's get started. The Valiant was a sinister and mysterious Time Lord with an unknown origin who was revealed to be a late form of the Doctor. The Master describes him as an amalgamation of the Doctor's darker sides from between his 12th and final incarnations. That doesn't mean anything. Even the introduction and explanation of this character by Pip and Jane Baker was very, very vague. An amalgamation. Does that mean someone sucked all the Malcolm Tucker out of the 12th Doctor and the bad-tempered monologues against Ryan from the 13th Doctor and just made a man? Just made a man? No, the Valiant was apparently, on one account, created. The Valiant began as a voice inside the Doctor's head waiting to bubble to the surface, which encouraged him to indulge in his darker instincts. This is kind of a cannon plaster for why the 6th Doctor killed Androgum, or shot Cyber Controller in cold blood. In the book Millennial Rights, the Sixth Doctor manifested magical powers that, when used, briefly turned him into the Valeyard. Yeah, no subtlety. You start using the magical voodoo powers, you become Michael Jaston. Apparently what created the Valeyard was the Doctor's own fears of becoming the Valeyard. I like this explanation, but it is nonsense. The Doctor also being tempted to the dark side to access your new Time Lord powers is also pitiful. According to the audio Every Dark Thought, the Valeyard is inevitable. He can't be averted, only postponed. Which is interesting, as the responsibility of handling the Valeyard in the revival actually fell to Stephen Moffat, and he postponed it.
The Doctor lives his life in darker hues, day upon day, and he will have other names before the end. Storm, the Beast, the Valeyard.
Woo! That's a thing I know. One of my first Big Finish stories, the one that got me back into Classic Who, was Trial of the Valeyard. I guess my 18-year-old self just wanted answers after all these years. And my god, did this audio threaten to give them. This audio is entirely about the Valeyard's origins. But sorry guys, because Nick Briggs decided that the Valeyard is now the Joker, and is now the unreliable narrator of his own origin story. Well, this narrator tells a tale, as the Valeyard says he was created as a time tot on a mud planet during a period where the 13th incarnation of the Doctor was experimenting with ways to break the 12 regeneration limit imposed by Rassilon. At the young age of 20, the Valeyard was found wandering in the mud swamps of the planet by a group of scavengers, and once they found out he was a Time Lord, they sent him to Gallifrey. This backstory has a grain of truth to it because it's backed up by a couple different mediums. But it is also obviously outdated, as the 13th Doctor presented to us in this audio is a small Yoda-like man. So either a lot happens between series 12 and the end of Jodie's tenure, or this isn't actually the Doctor. And it's not an old story or something. No, this was released a year after Time of the Doctor. Like, we were on Doctor 12. You didn't have to go that audacious. But then there's another audio, also made by Big Finish, which claims that the Valeyard was made by the Time Lords using Black Ops technology, meaning they created a Doctor clone as a weapon, who then really got into the field of lore, I guess. Bernie Summerfield claimed that the Valeyard was a splinter of the Doctor that escaped from his final regeneration. In fact, the exact words she uses is that he's a twisted little fragment that just fell off the back of a lorry. Which I think speaks for the general fan consensus these days. Whovians don't like big mysteries if we're not going to get the answers. But then I can't imagine a world that would ever have the Valeyard on television. I guess if anyone were to do it, it would be Chibnall. A whole story arc maybe, for explaining a minor canonical discrepancy. The sheer fan frustration that surrounds the Valeyard is palpable. Then there's the Forgotten. Oh boy, a high contender for the worst piece of Doctor Who media ever released. How do I... No, just have the picture. Just here's the picture of the Doctor battling the Meta-Crisis Tenant, now combined with the Master. The Forgotten isn't bad because it tries to plug up a mystery with the most laughable excuse. No, it's terrible because it's just a collection of tepid references replacing actual story. Escartris of the Tactire assumed the form of the Meta-Crisis Doctor to steal the 10th Doctor's memories from within the TARDIS matrix. Escartris suggested to the Doctor that he was in fact the Valeyard. You're not me, I mean him. I left him on Bad Wolf Bay. He's not been long gone enough, and I'd mean we'd never have such a crap beard. Maybe the you that was sent across with Rose came back through time and calls himself the Valeyard. Jesus wept. But if this is a false account and a fake Valeyard, it's not the only one. Because like everyone else, everyone gets a war version. The War Valeyard. It's a whole other dude.
I am known as the Valeyard. Now, it is almost time for your final destruction.
In this, spoilers for the Time War box set, Volume 3, the War Valeyard is a product of the 8th Doctor passing through a transmat with a genetic modifier, which copies his clothes but randomly creates the Valeyard. Huh? Man, I'm tired. As if Big Finish haven't given us enough confusing, contradictory Valeyard material, now we've got a good Valeyard who acts like the Doctor. Put him to rest. If we had to validate all the future maybe Doctors, then we would never hear the end of it. It would never end. When there are so many explanations, it's very hard to take any one of them seriously.
It means life.
Oh look, it's the latest Doctor Who magazine. My second favourite Doctor Who magazine. Oh whoa, what's this? They've ripped off my deal? Laughing at the inconsistencies of canon? That's my thing! Well, those are making terrible anime mashups. But the laws of canon are mine, and they will obey me. Gone too far. Lived too long. Let's just get to the facts. Everybody knows the Doctor's real name. Sorry, Moffat. That whole mystery branch falls a little bit flat when it turns out everyone and their nan knows the Doctor's true name, and that is Dr. Disco.
Hello, it's Dr. Disco.
He said it. He said his name. Why does no one talk about this? Name of the Doctor might be one of the weaker subversions Moffat did in his tenure, obviously not giving us an answer to the titular question. And good on him. Moffat understood that there were some mysteries that were a mystery too far. But what do we know about his name? There's been a lot of hints across all the mediums over the years, giving us hints about what it might sound like on human ears, or what it could be, but never really probing into the mystery of why is the Doctor's name a mystery in the first place. The Doctor's name is a promise I made myself. Yeah, okay, that's grand, but why did you change it in the first place? What was wrong with the old name? Was it Alan? Was it Alan? If it were Alan, Missy would have definitely told us. And indeed, all of his old childhood friends, his enemies, and even in a court of law, his official title is the Doctor. That's a boundary that even the Master and the Rani respect. When he briefly had time in office, his official title was Lord President Doctor, to the dismay of every Gallifreyan everywhere. But this also tells us that across all of Gallifrey it's communally understood that the Doctor bearing his own name is out of the question and unreasonable. It's interesting that everybody seems to know that. It also couldn't be Alan because apparently it's difficult to pronounce, especially for adult humans. The book Sleepy tells us that it possesses 38 syllables. And in Salvation, the first Doctor tells someone they wouldn't even be able to pronounce that first syllable of it. By some accounts, the Doctor started using the title whilst travelling with Susan, and by some other ones, it is his actual birth name. We've heard other names in the series, from Barusa to Akitio. If the Doctor's name is unpronounceable, it's the only one in the series that is. And, despite it being unpronounceable, a companion has actually overheard it before, Sam. But Sam couldn't make head or tails of it. Never heard of her before? Well, she joins an exclusive club with River and Susan. As Sorry, the Silence, Susan once wrote his name down in a hypercube and sent it to McGann. In The Last Voyage, one of a bunch of audio stories David Tennant did during his tenure, which are really hard to track down now, Ten came across members of an unidentified pan-dimensional race that claimed to know his real name. That's crazy. Where were they on Translaw? Clara presumably learned it in Journey to the Centre of the TARDIS, but then forgot it because of time. But she's definitely bluffed about knowing his real name to others, probably to impress a bunch of Cybermen. Does she? Probably not. Now, the Silence Will Fall arc hinges entirely on the Doctor's name being forbidden to be said out loud. But one person could bring the galaxy to its knees. Meet Becky. Becky was the 6th Doctor's ballroom dance teacher, who, for no reason at all, was told the Doctor's name in passing. What? Now, of course it didn't have the later Moffat importance, but it was still pretty important. Pretty irresponsible, actually. Who would dare challenge 50 years of Doctor Who canon? It was Robert Shearman. Teach Yourself Ballroom Dancing is actually a lovely, imaginative little short. It's the same one where he takes ballroom classes in the middle of an Auton invasion.
River, you know my name. You whispered my name in my ear.
9, 8.
There's only one reason I would ever tell anyone my name. There's only one time I could.
That one afternoon I got a really good dance class. I mean, to be fair, they were really good classes. Does Becky understand the weight of this situation? If the Daleks and the Silence land in London and come after Becky, all they have to do is do their homework, and they found one dance instructor from London. I don't know what to tell you. Becky could have stopped the siege of Trenzalore. Fucking Becky. But now we know that the Doctor does have a strange alien name. That's a concern. Because a secret fear of mine is that the Doctor's real name is something really sci-fi and geeky. My true name is Bryzok. Or like Romana ad voluntarunda. Which, yeah, no thanks. His name is Doctor Who. Number 2! So how did the Delgado Master regenerate? We never saw it on screen for obvious, unfortunate reasons. But I think it's safe to assume that the next one is the Crispy Master. The Scabby Master. Give me your scabs. Slightly tasteless, I always thought, but it does result in one of the best classic serials of all time. Legacy of the Daleks tries to tackle the late-stage Delgado Master, to very middling effects. I still don't even understand how that book ended, frankly. And the last time we saw him on TV was Frontier in Space, which is a very unceremonious end to the character. Let's get away from that. This Master's swan song fell to Doctor Who magazine with their story, Doorway to Hell. A 12th Doctor story. I love it. Love it when old Masters come up against newer Doctors. Because there's no reason they shouldn't. There's no rule. It's just for some reason they run quite parallel. Strange for a TV show about 2 time-travelling aliens. Seeing Capaldi's Doctor versus the Delgado Master is an absolute treat. The Doctor is staying with the Collins family, painting big targets on their heads for the Master to send them to his new Hell Dimension. Using the Archon energy in their bodies from their proximity to the Doctor, because apparently the Master doesn't have any, he intends to meet the Great Kiajin, the being who once split the Chronon, because apparently this will lead to you having Dragon Ball Z powers. In what is maybe the only time that the Master's favourite plan of appeal to an ancient deity to gain their powers actually pays off for him, and he becomes a god of time. For exactly 5 panels. The Master promises to conquer Gallifrey on his behalf, something he would get round to without any godlike powers a couple years down the line. The Doctor does that thing from Guardians of the Galaxy where they all hold hands, and repel his own attack back at him, leaving him a deformed mess. Nothing will stand in my way, not even death, for what is death to me? I am the Master, all life will obey me. I got way too into that. That is a gap in the canon that you are more than welcome to fill. Just try and make it good and not have Susan as good as murder him. 12 is also the perfect Doctor of this story. I've always felt like he's an endgame Doctor, a final form Doctor, for whilst he may not be the last, he's definitely the most powerful and experienced. He's the one who wraps up a lot of beefs, and that he can do his own stories blindfolded, sometimes literally. So even though the Master has attained godlike powers, the 12th Doctor doesn't even blink. In fact, he makes the most of the situation and makes sure to let him know that this Doctor he's facing is thousands of years old and so far beyond anything he can comprehend. That's the Master's worst nightmare. Give him a little flash forward to what he's going to be dealing with when he's wearing corsets. Regardless, just know that the Delgado Master went out in the coolest way possible. And fact number 3. Hey, whoa, take it easy. I won't hesitate, bitch. This image of Nyssa exudes very powerful vibes, I have to admit. But hey, a challenger approaches. But did you consider me? But hey, if you're covering her, then who's covering you? Oh no, why are there so many Doctor Who companions who hold guns? Alright, this is becoming a problem. It's a stick-up. It's a Mexican standoff. On screen, the exploits of Nyssa are hardly the most engaging. Princess of Traken, more like the Ice Queen of Traken. But she was Peter Davison's favourite companion. Kind of a messed up thing to say, but hey, it's very in character. The 5th Doctor absolutely did pick favourites. But because Nyssa was so important to him as a character, she ended up being a major part of Big Finish's early experimental output. And across the audios and the novels, a lot has happened to Nyssa. This woman has a mad timeline. Did you know that after the events of Time Flight, Nyssa feels suddenly compelled to leave the TARDIS and man a medic ship in the Time War? The Time War. And after that, she rejoins the TARDIS and just, I don't know, does the events of Snake Dance or something, without ever mentioning it. Nyssa was eventually able to cure Lazar's disease and left Terminus to settle down as an academic in a university, where she meets the Fourth Doctor again long before they've ever met, married a man called Lazati, and had 2 children, Nika and Adric. At some point she gets an android called Loki whose hard drive had to be erased because it got corrupted by his fear of his own shadow. That's an actual detail in one of these fucking stories. I don't know, you're looking at me, I don't know. Then a middle-aged Nyssa meets up with the Doctor, Tegan and Tolo again and continues having adventures. Brilliant, what a cool idea. As a result, a modern-day Sarah Sutton is on the box art and there's some stellar stories in here. Like, if you're gonna jump into Big Finish, find the ones that have Nyssa, Tolo and Tegan. Trust me. But a lot happens in this time. Her and Tolo go to the 51st century and spend a year training to help defeat Magnus Greel. In Rat Trap, a slightly selfish Nyssa teams up with the rats and considers developing a non-lethal human plague. For a bunch of rats. Hey, I'm not bad-mouthing you, please put the gun down, miss. And then in 1926 India, Nyssa was rejuvenated and had her youth restored, making her look similar to how she had been in her original adventures in the TARDIS. How does that go down with her children, I wonder? Well, don't worry about it, because Nyssa basically abandons them. The TARDIS team then start finding themselves battling the Fourth Doctor's villain gallery, and end up in E-Space again for a whole nother trilogy. A trilogy which, hey, spoiler, involves Nyssa staying behind and sacrificing herself in E-Space so her friends can get back to N-Space. I sound like such a fucking nerd. And despite sacrificing herself, Nyssa apparently lived for a whole nother decade. But then, also somehow, Russell T Davies decreed that Nyssa came to live in 21st century Australia with Tegan. And then, at Sarah Jane's funeral, Clyde Langer describes them as a couple. We know what you're doing, Russell. I'm there for it. Hanky goddamn panky in the TARDIS. So, crazy timeline. Let's recap. Parents die, travel with the Doctor. Doctor's face changes. Daddy's murderer wearing Daddy's face. Adric dies. Tegan leaves. 2 more companions come and go. Travelling solo with the Doctor. Time War. Leaves the TARDIS. Rejoins the TARDIS. De-aged. Dies. Tegan. Retiring with Tegan. And then, cooking series. That's presumably the only way I can fit this into the timeline. Don't hate. It doesn't go together, and that's the beauty of it. If you have one takeaway from this fact, just know that Nyssa of Traken is fucking packing.
You've got all the time in the world.
Welcome back to the Matrix. Nah, bad intro. Let's go again. Welcome back to the Matrix, the library of lore, canonical inconsistencies, and cosmic horrors. Yeah, we do all 3 now. The one thing I have to state that we do not deal in is fan theories. Which is why today we start off on a bit of a rocky one. I'm sure that many of us before have heard of Season 6B. For the uninitiated, this theory posits that the Doctor, upon his trial in the War Games, was then recruited by the CIA and went on many more missions for the Time Lords, becoming an unofficial agent. Making a giant time skip from here, oh crumbs, to here. Monday's got me like, I'm so very sleepy. Sounds like a little bit of a stretch when you put it like that, but what elevated this form of fan theory to an officially recognised tangent was one Terrence Dix. Honestly, Uncle Terry, once he left the programme, I feel like his job in the franchise was just to create whatever he wanted. Jump it right off the deep end. But the idea didn't start with him. It was originally an invention from the Discontinuity Guide written by Paul Cornell, Martin Day and Keith Topping. Personally, I can understand wanting more Troughton in your life, but this does feel like an excuse, a massive cannon plaster, maybe the cannon plaster, to explain away a couple canonical discrepancies. Why does the second Doctor look old? How does he have a remote control, and why doesn't the 6th Doctor remember having one? How can this scene exist?
When you were returned to your own people, the Time Lords erased your memory of the period you spent with me. So how do you know who we are? Answer!
Their trial happened on his final day. Unless, of course, it wasn't this Doctor's final day.
It's a matter of memory.
It would certainly explain the grey hair and the massive jump in the Doctor's age, but these are like issues of continuity. It never struck me as the most organic place to situate a whole new era of the Doctor's timeline. I'm keeping my eyes on you, Chris. Don't get any funny ideas. But the writers took to it and situated their stories in this space of time, with it even having a now archived page on the BBC's official classic series website. Now I'm not here to debate its validity, that sounds very off-brand for me, and I'm not here to tell you things you already probably know. I just want to stress how much of it there is. Over 75 stories exist in this space of time. No wonder he's gone grey. The Second Doctor has more to do post his death than he did during his actual on-screen tenure. Let's explore this timeline. What was he getting up to for 300 years? Well, Terrence Dix's World Game begins this arc. His exile put on hold, new toys, a companion he doesn't like, and a new TARDIS, which, yeah, you know this guy's on trial for stealing a TARDIS, right? Hang on, that means Season 6B begins with the Doctor saying goodbye to his friends and losing time travel, but then immediately getting his time travel privileges restored, and then immediately going to check up on them anyway. That's, clunky. It's not said nearly enough how dramatic continuity changes just make the past feel awkward. He is of course monitored in this time, but the Time Lord whose job it is to oversee him immediately gets bored and lets him do whatever he wants. Hence, 75 new stories. The Doctor Who Classic Comics issues 3 to 26 have him travelling with his grandchildren John and Gillian. I think we've covered them before. My brain be hazy. Most of these stories involve them battling quarks, shooting monsters dead with guns, and the Doctor being praised as a national hero. Season 6B includes
Helicon Prime, Morph Beyond, The Time I Need to Destroy the World, What's Looking for a Dress, Mum's Little Helper, Scientific Advisor, Reunion, Dust, The Stewart Story, Golem, Blue Road Dance, Extortions, The Trodos Ambush, Doctor Strikes Back, For Zombies, Master for Spider, Exterminator, Barnabas, Jungle Adventure, Attack of the Daleks, Survivor Trials, The Monster from the Path, Stars Worship, Space War 2, Egyptian Escapade, Coming of the Cybermen, The Faithful Rocket Pack, Flower Power, The Witches, Cybermore, Scientific Gorilla, Cyber Empire, The Dyrons, Return of the Witches, Masquerade Doctor and the Space Pirates, Card of the Century, The Jokers, The Time Museum, The Electrodes, Invasion of the Quarks, The Killer Wasps, Escape Terror, Jungle Doom, Father Time, Martha the Mechanical Housemaid, Operation Wurlitzer, The Man Who Nearly Killed Christmas, Action and Exile, The Mark of Terror, Brotherhood UFO, and The Nightwalkers.
There's a lot of Season 6B! It's a mix of short stories, novels, comics, and audios, as well as the 2 Doctors and the 5 Doctors. In the 2 Doctors, the Doctor and Jamie say they're on a mission from the Time Lords, with their shiny new remote control. Don't expect Big Finish to be helping you out on this though. They've got 2 different accounts, 2 contradictory reasons why the Second Doctor was in the 6th Doctor's era. Like I said, this era, it's tricky. There's no beginning or ending, and we've got scraps to work with. The short story Mother's Little Helper, for instance, goes out of its way to mention that 2 is a grey-haired old man. The short story The Time Eater also wants to exist in this gap, as Jamie asks about the new remote control, implying he's never seen it before. And even the classic comics, oh, you thought you could discount John and Gillian? Well, no, because TV comic issue 872 reintroduces Jamie McCrimmon. Why would you have to reintroduce a companion during their own tenure? Unless... During this time, they shoot a lot of quarks. They encounter the future incarnation of the Doctor, Father Time. If you want to learn about him, check out this one. And the Doctor becomes a famous TV personality, a celebrity even. And in Martha the Mechanical Housemaid, he's running for leader of the whole planet. This time, they want to elect him president. Sorry, the position's taken. And here's where we get to the really weird bit. Ever before Season 6B was ever a thing, the Second Doctor already had a different regeneration scene. If we follow this source, his true final story is The Nightwalkers. Issue 936 ends his comic run very abruptly with Scarecrow servants of the Time Lords dragging him into the TARDIS and then presumably murder him, as regeneration lights flicker out of the TARDIS windows. Step forward, Doctor Who. The Time Lords. I knew they'd catch up with me. They exiled me to Earth, but I escaped before they could change my appearance. So, that exists, and you can read it and all of the comics on the Who Picks website. He'll just love me recommending people to his blogs. Goes down a treat. This idea then went cold for a whole decade. Nobody addressed it until the Target storybook just last year brought it back up. In Save Yourself, the Second Doctor is explicitly on a mission for the CIA in return for his freedom. It's revealed that he'd been on many of these missions before and had gotten his memories wiped every single time. Rings a bell. I just find it funny how the makeup department's passing decision to not get Trout and to dye his hair has resulted in a whole other branch of Doctor Who media. And I laugh and I disparage it, but this is a fan observation, a fan theory, which has then been applied to some creative endeavours. They've turned that into good stories. And yeah, boom, that's all Doctor Who is. Fact number 2. Terrance Dicks's World Game was also the first classic series piece of media to utilise the psychic paper. First seen in the revival, Terrance Dicks decided this was a Time Lord invention. And yeah, that wouldn't be the first thing they've plagiarised, but we've also seen it in the hands of the Time Agency, Weeping Angels, and Psychic Paper Incorporated, which, for the record, is a place that people work. Ood, Sensorites, Pyroviles, and of course, the 10th Doctor. This Titan Comics backup story tells us that the Doctor works here part-time as their chief technician. Wow, that sounds like a really demanding role. Could someone phone upstairs? Oh no, he's gone off back to Skaro. But according to this short story, he's practically on call. Saving the universe, that's kind of a side hustle. As when the company received a complaint from Gom the Mentor, head office sent the 10th Doctor over to resolve the issue. It seems that the coordinates were too good though, as the TARDIS arrived and instantly crushed him. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And that's the story. Won't be speaking to the manager now, will ya? Apparently, the Doctor hands out his CV to everyone. He's worked in a toy shop in Colchester, a university lecturer in Bristol, a box packer in Kablam. All of these are official positions. I don't remember them ever resigning. In the comics, the Doctor buys 51% of the shares of Surview Incorporated so he doesn't have to fight them anymore, but then finds himself a villain in the role of chief executive. He was a cover teacher in School Reunion, preserved the Brigadier collection, became a scientific advisor for units in the invasion, became part of a film crew covering up the events of the invasion. As we all remember fondly, the Doctor was originally an operative for the Division, and ultimately the Doctor will settle down in the National Gallery as curator. And there's definitely more that I've forgotten. But goddamn, this guy holds down a job about as long as I do. I bet the Doctor doesn't have to worry about cover letters. Fact number 3. Oh, what's that? You didn't enjoy the Doctor's new regeneration scene where the Time Lords took him out back? Well, you're in luck, because the 3rd Doctor also has 2 different regeneration scenes. Oh, there is fuckery afoot here. Like, I'm not even a fan of Planet of the Spiders, but I would not touch it to this degree. The 3rd Doctor's radiation poisoning from prolonged exposure to Metabelus crystals apparently just wasn't enough. In Love and War, the 3rd Doctor apparently drifted through time for 10 years dying of the radiation before he returned to Earth. There's a different short story where the Doctor potters out of the box and solves a mystery mid-death. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, old chap. I'll just go and die somewhere else. Gets back in the box and goes back to the Brigadier and Sarah to die, like he just got the wrong coordinates? How awkward. But during the Death in Heaven, Lawrence Miles decided, no, I'm going to kill the 3rd Doctor as well. History was altered, so the 3rd Doctor instead died from a fatal shot to the chest from Magdalena Bishop. The bullet entered his ribcage at an angle which didn't damage any major organs. He died instead of blood loss. Thanks, Lawrence. I just love the little touches like that. What was wrong with the spiders? The poison spiders! I guess dying from radiation poisoning is too cool now. Everyone's doing it. Radiation poisoning has killed more Time Lords than Daleks. Anyway, Sarah drags his bloodied corpse back to the TARDIS. Why did they do this? Well, the 3rd Doctor accidentally came across the 8th Doctor being tortured by the faction, Paradox, and quickly told his past self who they were and what was going on, even though he wouldn't meet them until his next incarnation. That's cheating. So they shoot him in the chest. Beloved fan favourite character. A recently deceased actor. It's fucking weird, man. This somehow triggers a series of events where the faction get their own Doctor and the 8th Doctor loses his shadow. The dust goes to the original 3rd Doctor retained a degree of control over the TARDIS's defences. Over his 5 millennia in the ship, he trained the spiders to be his scouts and lookouts. No, that's it. I'm not going to spoil any more of this for myself. I'm not diving any deeper into this madhouse for today.
I can't yet ride a bike.
Welcome back to the Monster Mash. Canonical inconsistencies, strange tidbits of lore, and timeline continuity nightmares all in one video series. Hey, what's the difference really when you break it down between a video series and a podcast? Yeah, I know, more work for me to do in the editing, but the logic's the same. You could say even, I have multiple podcasts. I just would never say that out loud to another human being ever. The BBC, ironically, has never really understood podcasts, which is strange, considering they put out quite a few. In the Whoniverse, there has never been a mention of them before the year 2017. And the 12th and 13th Doctor's eras as a result have treated them like some new millennial media, when no, they've been around just as long as the revival itself. This must be one of those young people things, like YouTube and Little Mix. Oh, you thought everyone and their dog had a Doctor Who podcast? Well, the Whoniverse itself has 3 more to add to that list. 3 in-universe, impossible podcasts. But first, let's thank our sponsor. This podcast was brought to you by Audible.com. Here's the podcast that lasted throughout all of human civilization. But what's so special about this true crime come history podcast? Well, I think it'd probably have something to do with the fact that everybody in the Whoniverse listens to it. In modern day, the Doctor is the only member of her TARDIS team to not follow it. In fact, it winds her up when her companions already know history better than she does. And then later on in the story, they meet up with their 2 time agent friends who also listen to the podcast frequently. Pretty much everyone at the Time Agency is a fan. The Time Agency was founded in the 49th century. Now, for that podcast to still be running that long, I'm no math boy, but that sounds like a lot of episodes. Definitely weird. The universe doesn't tend to do coincidences when I'm around. And who's this she? Who's running the podcast? Her name's not Smith, is it? Because then things could be getting messy. No, the podcast is instead run by a Stylian flesh eater. She looks like this. And this revelation brings about a climax where the characters just sit down with a cup of tea and talk it out. Honestly, they should have recorded that. That's what a podcast is, right? Next week they have Davros as a special guest talking about racial purity. Yeah, that sounds pretty spot on. Crash landed on Earth in the 1700s, the Stylian flesh eaters found themselves eating so many humans that they began taking on human traits, including their need for morbid real crime documentaries, eventually. The podcast is so popular that it goes on for millennia, as one of planet Earth's most persisting cultural artifacts. I really rate this story. I love it deeply. It's really endearing how, when faced with immortality and living through human history, Ashilda could have just sidestepped the angst and the existential dread and just started a podcast. I've definitely heard worse coping mechanisms. And then there was a podcast the Doctor hosted himself, all complete with an oral-based monster in it. No, I'm not talking about the David Tennant podcast, because that thing has celebrity entitlement and James Corden all over it. The 12th Doctor, in his time at St. Luke's University, was frequently pestered to be in the People of St. Luke's podcast, run by a very sweet and very doomed student called Petra. And hey, if you think my Capaldi's bad...
Hello, listener. I'm the Doctor. Welcome to this week's edition of People of St. Luke's.
Upon her death, the Doctor does an episode in tribute called The Monster at the End of This Podcast, which is obviously a reference to the children's picture book, which in this universe becomes a major religion in the 2020s. Can't wait for that one. Judgment impression aside, it's not a very scary story, nor a very interesting podcast, but the story does give us a lot of fun tidbits. Nardole stole the TARDIS to see ABBA in 1974. The Doctor once turned the university invisible for 3 days, and the university is also under attack by a trans-dimensional cassette tape. Imagine getting killed by a cassette tape in this universe. And last of all, I'd like to direct you to the Cardiff Unknown podcast, a real 45-minute episode that you can listen to. Conspiracy theorists living in Cardiff on top of a space-time rift. That's excellent. Trigger warning, horror, mild swearing, and mystery. The show's 2 hosts, Jeff and Neve, are on Cardiff Bay, uncovering conspiracies and mysteries that Torchwood haven't gotten around to yet. It is terribly authentic and adorable in a Love and Monsters kind of way. I believe originally it was designed as a creative piece of promotional material for the 2018 Torchwood series. But yeah, it sets a pretty weird precedent that every conspiracy theorist in Doctor Who is correct. Strange implications there. Cut to next year, where a script accidentally doesn't read the room and implies that the Earth is flat. Number 2. Oh, bad boy. Bad dog. On not 1, not 2, but 3 different occasions, K9 has messed with the omnipotent Eternal, the Black Guardian. Somehow, despite this, K9 is still alive. Following the events of the Key to Time, the Doctor and Romana are being chased by a strange old man with a crown on his head, because he chased them for a good while after that arc. In this month's Out of Time, I did clock the 10th Doctor telling the 4th that in his near future he was going to settle down with a nice time lady and a dog. And then I did my reading. In the antimatter, the Doctor and Romana settled down as a lord and lady of a house in Hampshire in 1929. Whilst, get this, K9 is in the TARDIS leading the Black Guardian on a wild goose chase. The Doctor activated the TARDIS randomizer and programmed it to travel to 1,000 planets, which could take up to a month. The Black Guardian is running around the galaxy whilst the Doctor and Romana are on a leisurely holiday. And then, once Romana has regenerated, he falls for the exact same trick again. As in the Wave of Destruction, K9 takes the initiative and successfully fools him twice. Shame on you. This also means that K9 can fly and land the TARDIS, as the 4th Doctor does not approve of his parking. Or his barking. In the Well-Mannered War, the Black Guardian has a new scheme that involves K9 becoming a presidential candidate. This genius and very strange plan fails. There's a number of stories set after the Key to Time arc where the Black Guardian's just trying to get his revenge. And the Doctor gets so tired of this that eventually he removes the randomizer, presumably in the Leisure Hive, having lost complete interest. Tell me again why we were meant to be scared of this guy? But no, the Black Guardian was an Eternal so strong that his most successful plan involved getting a school kid to hit him over the head with a rock. What a villain. They don't come like that anymore. Matrix, final fact. The nasty fate of Captain Scott Thrower. Captain Thrower, much like Captain Jack, was a rogue time agent running a long con. His one involved pretending to be the final Time Lord in all of reality. This operation was shut down by the 11th Doctor and the Ponds. When his evil plan for never-ending youth is foiled by the Doctor, the real deal gives him his wish and transforms him into a young boy. A young, scared little boy. But instead of going the Margaret Slitheen mercy route, the 11th Doctor demands this young child now be arrested. By who? Oh, only the Shadow Proclamation. Which is weird and surprising, because is the Doctor even in their good books? And he just turned a man into a boy. That can't be legal. Quickly seeking to evade capture, the 10-year-old Scott Thrower uses his vortex manipulator and vamooses out of there. Before he does this, the 11th Doctor uses his sonic screwdriver, and then he arrives here. Look, it's another child. He can't talk proper. So, now we have 12. Just like they asked. Oh my god. The Doctor just sent one of his enemies into the worst possible place in time to become the 456's good shit. That is insanely cruel or insanely unlucky. And as the 13th Doctor said herself, there's no such thing as a coincidence when I'm around. That's so fucking bleak. Is it really luck that Captain Scott Thrower accidentally ended up back in time to a point where Captain Jack Harkness was selling children to be biologically infused into alien crabs for recreational drug use? And a small detail you may have missed, the children plugged into the 456, they're not children. That is clearly an overgrown adult man being kept unnaturally young. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you can tell me that was just an accident, but I've seen the Doctor do worse. Welcome back to The Matrix. You know, I don't know what's stranger, the fact that this incredibly niche series has met such nice reception, or the fact that there's enough of these planned out now to last us all the way till series 13. I imagine those two facts are probably linked in some way or another. Today I bring you 3 more strange facts from the multiversal multimedia moneymaker that is Doctor Who. And, sorry, can I just finally talk about Moffat's Day of the Doctor novelization? I've been restraining myself for 15 episodes. This thing. This book. You'd be excused for thinking the Day of the Doctor novelization would be a retelling of the 50th anniversary TV episode Day of the Doctor. And sometimes it is. Entirely new scenes, set all around the show's timeline. The 11th Doctor discovering his newly regenerated face. A mysterious female character watching the Doctor steal the moment. I still don't know who this character is, please tell me who this character is meant to be. A very nearly scandalous bath scene between Riversong and a fully clothed 10th Doctor. Moffat. All 13 Doctors on the ground on Gallifrey helping evacuate Time Lords. Whew, I could pen a whole other mini-series on the playful additions to canon just made within this 200-page book. It's a novel that changes narrator, chronology, tense, and subject every chapter. The plot itself feels like a tangent, and as it's been pointed out to me, it was just an EDA, Sam. It was an EDA. So how about I burn through a bunch of my favourites today? The Peter Cushing movies exist in verse in canon. That's what I'm talking about. The 1960s Hollywood adaptations of Doctor Who and the Daleks and the Dalek Invasion of Earth exist in the Doctor Who world. And in the events of Day of the Doctor, the 10th and the 11th spend a whole afternoon in the Black Archive watching them and calling each other Doctor Who. Ah, beautiful, beautiful. They should have worked that into the episode itself. They nearly derailed the negotiations by shouting, cheering and joining in, and then spent the next hour calling each other Doctor Who and talking like Peter Cushing. I love his bandy legs, he said, imitating Doctor Who's walk by making no apparent change at all. This is excellent. They tried to get the old man to join in, but he'd smiled and walked away. This is a brilliant, albeit plot-halting, movie marathon that ends in them calling Peter Cushing up and pitching a third movie. I'm filled with questions. Do UNIT approve of this? What does this make Linda? Wouldn't people recognise the 60s pulp sci-fi aliens on their street from Hollywood movies and thusly Looney Tunes is back in action? And most of all, who cares? Elsewhere in this book, the first 2 Doctors were colourblind. Just a neat little nod to the 60s, but hang on, where does that leave Pertwee for his first few years? The warrior potion was a placebo. Yeah, when a healer gave him the magic regeneration juice that turned him into John Hurt, this book reveals that that was lemonade. On one hand, yeah, very sweet that John Hurt isn't some mystical evil incarnation and just a real deal dude who never cuts himself a break. But also, wow, way to diminish your own writing, dude. In this version, the 10th Doctor also punches the 11th Doctor, receives copious amounts of torture, and makes a triggered joke. Ah, you wound me, Stevie. You try and push me away, Stephen, but you never will. The book also ends with these. And those are just some of my favourites. There's some gems in here that I don't want to get into now. They can wait until the future. In the meantime, you should probably just read it. It makes me want Stephen Moffat to write 50 Doctor Who books. Something he will never do. Pain. Ooh. The Doctor is weirdly defensive of the Chumbleys. And who can blame him? These little guys are great. He's never really encountered them again since. The same goes for the Rills, which is a massive shame because that's the first classic monster I want to see come back. No, really, that wasn't sarcasm. These guys are great. But on at least 2 other instances, these guys made such an impression that he gets weirdly defensive about them. In Doctor Mania, the 9th Doctor finds that somebody is impersonating as the dashing Doctor Who in the Flying Whomobile battling the Chumbleys.
Alien detected. All Chumbleys converge on this point.
What did you call yourself? When the Chumbley exploded, they're not Chumbleys. She'll be fine, just a mild concussion. I knocked some sense into her. Jesus Christ. The Doctor's in a very bad mood this week. In Doctor Mania, not only is there an impersonator taking his identity, but they went further. These guys are giving the Chumbleys a bad name. Will everyone stop calling those things Chumbleys? They're not. Methinks the Doctor edits the wiki. Timey-wimey, have you heard yourself? Anyway, he's as real as these Chumbleys. But you said they weren't. And there's that look. I'll be over here if you need me, shutting right up. I've met the Chumbleys, the real Chumbleys, and trust me, they're nothing like whatever these are. They don't serve a role in the story beyond this point, they're basically props. But they make enough of an impression to send this Doctor on a tantrum episode. In this comic, you're not getting the Doctor, you're getting the oncoming storm. And then, in the 4th Doctor story Babelsphere, the 11th Doctor pops up at the end out of nowhere, stealing their thunder, and says this.
Hello there. Sorry about dropping in on you like this. Realise you've got your hands full and all that. Now, If I recall correctly, which I think I do, I was in the process of overwhelming the computer thing with a barrage of pointless facts. So, just to help you out, I'll throw in some of my own. Top 5 foes. Number 5, Ice Warriors. Ice Warriors are cool. Literally. That's why they're cool. Number 4 has to be the Ood. Number 3, the Mandrills. Number 2, the Bandrills. And number 1, bit of a surprise, the Chumblies there. I think that may just have tipped the balance.
Oh, stop! Stop! Temporal systems overload!
Romana and the Doctor exchanged bewildered looks.
Excellent. Bellissimo. The Doctor's favourite enemy is the Chumbly. I guess because it wasn't really an enemy. Honestly, it's a good pick. It's not for Slavina the Candyman, but man's got taste. Do you think the Doctor also has his favourite season? Do you think he has like his favourite TARDIS interior list? Top 10 story arcs. More like top 10 horrific events in my life. Why would he have favourite baddies? I think he's gotten to the point where these threats to the universe are so small and quaint to him, he finds them a bit adorable. As much as I'd like to think the 11th Doctor just arrived to talk to the 4th Doctor about monsters, this was actually to help defeat an evil computer who hated lists. They defeated an evil AI with trivia. Wait till it gets a load of my content. I think the Doctor's few mentions of the Chumblies in the last 60 years have been very sweet and very protective, much like a father. We never really get closure if these Chumblies are imposters or not. But as this fake Doctor was a part of a Slavine operation in TV production and merchandising, I don't think it's very likely. If you are going to bring them back though, that's probably the design to do it with. Either that or bring them back exactly how they were in the 60s. There's no in between. I expect this next season, Chris. I won't take no for an answer, Chris. I tried looking for more appearances and mentions of the Rills and the Chumblies throughout all of Doctor Who mythos, and they really don't pop up often. The Rills are sometimes in the Virgin New Adventures. One time they were just in it to get murdered. So, yeah. I don't like the Virgin New Adventures anymore. And for the record, for those keeping track, my 5 favourite monsters are the 456, the Thajarians, Family of Blood, Slavine, and the Daleks. But yeah, it'd be pretty weird if the Doctor's favourite monsters were the Daleks, huh? And the last mystery today in the Matrix is that of the TARDIS's children. The TARDIS has had multiple children. There's an allusion to the TARDIS having descendants in the Matrix, whatever that means. In a short story, it turns out Chameleon had a kid with the TARDIS. They found it just in the corridors, siphoning off the Archeron energy, and their only logical solution is to raise it. Chameleon has no involvement in the story, by the way. He's not even seen. In this short story, he's just hanging around the TARDIS somewhere, probably in a shoe closet. You know what? I'm happy for them. Who cares if Chameleon is a canonical deadbeat dad? The 6th Doctor and Perry raise it to adolescence, whereupon they decide they don't want it anymore and ditch it with Perry's roommates, and then go swanning off for more adventures.
Guys, do you think maybe she should have asked her dad?
Or the mum, big box that she is, little player she is, wow. Stranger still is that when they drop it off with Perry's friend Janine, it transforms into a perfect clone of Perry. That's got weird ramifications, especially as in the very next story, Perry probably dies. Kinda. I will be the new Perry. Yeah, alright, keep an eye on that one. And the other one is much less humorous, and a lot more complicated. Inwardly confusing even, because to talk about the character Compassion means we have to talk about Faction Paradox. The final threat, the final boss of this video series. Let's explain how somebody became a TARDIS. The short version. Fitz and Laura, 2 companions of the 8th Doctor in the books, end up dying on an adventure, but they happen to be in a colony where a copy of them can be created that brings them back, but not quite as they were before. Whilst Fitz gets out of this find because of the Doctor's intervention, Laura becomes misremembered. It's safe to call her a new entity. Laura wears an earpiece all the time. The Doctor was feeding this through the telepathy circuits, and therein begins a change of her becoming a sentient time machine. A woman becomes a machine, bigger on the inside than the outside. It's pretty fucking awful, actually. Imagine me as a newbie to these books. I've just picked one off the shelf and I get thrown into it head first, where a woman has doors open outside of her and light spilling out of her body as she becomes a TARDIS. That's a new kind of body horror I didn't consider. The entire front of her body opens. She remarks that this is a very unpleasant feeling. Lawrence! Miles went a step further and added a short story explaining that the TARDIS had a desire to bear children, implying that this was planned, and not a very good plan, as she creates compassion, a walking, talking TARDIS companion. But wait a second, it gets weirder. The Time Lords then want to breed her to make new war TARDISes, which starts a whole other arc, which I believe results in the Doctor destroying Gallifrey. Again, it's really best to just take it one book at a time. Compassion was left on Earth to recover, where we have never seen her again. She also became a detective in the City of the Saved. It's a pretty good outcome for a villain turned companion. As for the rest of the EDAs, I'll come back to you. This is a lot of literature to read in a very small space of time, especially as I probably have to start from the very beginning.
He said when last we met, he said you are not alone. Was that true?
Welcome back to The Matrix. Today's fact: cats aren't real. Cats are not real. Hang on, no, that's not right. I just made that up, that's a lie. There's no proof. Although saying that, there isn't any proof that cats necessarily are real. No, Matrix, please give us today's true cat-centric fact. That's just as weird. 10-year-old me was right. All cats come from Gallifrey, all dogs come from Scar. There is no shortage of cats in the Doctor Who series. Most of them are unnamed. Some of them have travelled in the TARDIS. Who could forget Rose the Cat, the pet cat of rap god Eramem, and Novice Haim, who was a kiddie so good the Doctor just had to go and stroke her before he died. Apparently every world has their own version, their own variation on cats. This is alarming because the Cats musical does exist in the Doctor Who canon, as witnessed in Survival. There's also a number of cast members who... Okay, God, no, don't think about that. Cats came in a variety of colours and shapes. The word cat itself is an acronym for calculating animals with tails. The short story The Legacy of Gallifrey has the gall, the audacity to claim cats. As before the Gallifreyans put down the stamp on time travel, their greatest feat was originally bioengineering the original cats. That was what Gallifrey did. As a planet, that was their thing. They then seeded the species throughout the universe as an attempt to set themselves up as gods. And lo and behold, many civilizations worshipped them. Mostly because the original cats could speak and were highly intelligent. I don't know how or when this crosses over with catkind, or those guys, or there's a lot of cat people. And this isn't just a disconnected joke, full-on lore, a Gallifrey lore story. Because it actually adds up with other things the Doctor has said. He once told Donna that they weren't native to the planet Earth. Hang on, does the Doctor know about cats? The Gallifreyan origins, not the stage show. Sometimes aliens would disguise themselves as cats, which doesn't make this any less complicated. I think one time one of my commenters told me that the 8th Doctor once was a cat, and I couldn't work out whether he was fucking with me. But then I came across this. And yeah, he is a cartoon cat man. Meet TARDIS Tales, my new fairy persona, please do not steal. The Doctor himself has had a couple cats. When the Doctor experienced the events of human nature the first time, Joan Redfern gave him a cat called Wolsey, who stayed in the TARDIS for a long time. This is an old cat, until his successor bumped the cat off with Bernice Summerfield. And I can't say I've experienced any solo Bernice stories, but this image exists, so maybe I should get onto those immediately. There was also the cat given to him in Legacy of the Daleks, which I assume is around, right? It's not just starved in the TARDIS somewhere. It does need to be restated that the Doctor owns a cat called Rose, whose favourite activity is fucking up the TARDIS. Yeah, in Series 3, whenever he's angsting, just remember, He's going through some stuff. He named his cat after his ex. The Doctor discovered a cat aboard the TARDIS that had come aboard without his knowledge. After it jumps on the TARDIS console, the Doctor kicked it out on an alien planet. See, now that seems like a 6 move, but then you're not thinking about the brooches. It was actually McGann. And of course, how could I get through this segment without talking about Pussy World? Oh, that's what we're calling it, huh, Doc? This unfortunately named destination appears many times in the Whoniverse. I first came across this place in a Paul Mars short story, where the main villain was the warrior queen of Pussy World, Binky. At one point, the Pussy World was overrun with uprisings and beheadings. Wow, the wiki just has an extensive guide to every Doctor and their relationship to the house cat. That's nice. The takeaway from this, I'm sure, is that the Gallifreyans loved cats. So much that they decided to colonize the world with them. And then time travel came along, and they completely forgot about them. Number two, hey! Number two. Okay, cool, I can work with this. So fans of my back catalogue may actually know this one already, but there was a companion who travelled with the 3rd Doctor called Jeremy, and I hate his fucking guts.
I'm starving.
What?
It's lunchtime. In fact, it's half past lunchtime. How's the greatest novel of the 20th century coming along?
And now don't you start.
Recycling old material already, huh? On episode 18? Sad, really. Jeremy Fitzoliver. May he burn in hell, if there is one. Of course there is one, it's the Pertwee years. An avid photographer and posh boy, Jeremy was a work colleague of one Sarah Jane Smith, slowly becoming a late member to the tight-knit unit gang. As everybody seems to despise him, except for the Doctor, who seems to think he's a stand-up guy. A cracking lad. Look, he's on exile, he'll take what he can get. And Jeremy went on several adventures. Luckily, we've never really seen any of them. I'm fine with this. But let's take a little gander at his time in the TARDIS, and also his kill count. Not the only companion with a kill count, but the only one who has one out of ineptitude. An accidental kill count of innocent human lives. In the Dead Man story, Jeremy is pressing random buttons on the TARDIS control and accidentally releases a burst of temporal energy that phased a random innocent man out of existence. Jake Morgan was just standing near the TARDIS one day, and then found himself in a reality where he could not interact with anyone. The Doctor is unable to bring him back, and the best he can do for him is giving him a final word with his fiancée, before leaving him to live out eternity.
Yeah, Doc, I think that's maybe worse.
There are no repercussions for Jeremy. In fact, the 3rd Doctor travels with him some more after this event. He's very lenient. 9 would have bumped him on his ass. In fact, like with many posh boys, it actually worked out quite well for him, failing upwards into a place in government, with ties to Home Office. Yeah, that sounds about right. But then these two books do a fun little thing where they totally contradict one another. Where in a 6th Doctor adventure, Jeremy, 3 years prior, after accidentally wiping his own memories, Doctor, stop letting him touch your stuff. He was controlled and then killed by psychic aliens. But don't worry, he's fine. He comes back to life in 2009 to interview Luke Ratigan for the Metropolitan paper. Oh, I'll bet the faction were involved there and all. These Eton boys be wildin'. Namely with black magic. Oh yeah, did I mention? He also joined a cult worshipping an evil ancient alien species. Absolute mad lad. I hate him passionately. You know, you guys might bash certain companions who never really got their big moments, but there is no one more dislikable and downright pitiful than Jeremy Fitzoliver. Like, just try to listen to any story that he's in for 5 seconds and then get back to me. And last of all, we gotta talk about Paul Mars, Doctor Who writer and character. On his personal blog, Mars recently uploaded a lovely piece of 13th Doctor fanfic, exploring her Judoon imprisonment with postcards from Graham and cellmate Dusty Springfield. It sparks joy. Graham scolds her for dropping them off in 2020. You should absolutely read it. But Dusty Springfield isn't in the New Year's special. Nope, and this fact isn't about the New Year's special. Or Graham. Or Dusty Springfield.
Sorry, I just love my dog. Her name's Dusty Springfield.
It's about Paul. Paul Mars is hardly one for viewing canon as a limitation in his works. In fact, I don't think anybody breaks the fake rules of law more pleasantly than Mr. Mars. I mean, he's kind of made a career off of it. You might recognise the name from various BBC books, or maybe on a previous video about the Nestwood Chronicles. You know, the genie scarf. Or of course, you might full well know him as in-universe Doctor Who character Paul Mars. A literal self-insert. He inserted himself into the series, likely to the foaming jealousy of people who actually care about that kind of thing. And whilst we're in the business of parodying adherence to canon, I'm going to have to start a new rule, that whenever I'm talking about Stephen Moffat, I probably mean sci-fi writer Stephen Moffat, not fictional character in the Whoniverse Stephen Moffat. Yeah, I see you boys trying to get your own Doctor Who action figure, but I gravitate towards Paul Mars because not only is he not a minor character, there's two of him. Paul Cornell wrote in his mate in his V&A Love and War. That's cheeky. That's like me trying to write in my friend Erin and legitimize her in Doctor Who canon. Or my dog Dusty.
Leave her a nice comment. She likes to read the comments.
But Paul Mars didn't need the shout out because he was about to enter the Doctor Who universe hard. The 21st century Whoniverse Paul, that's what we're gonna call him, was a young man who had celebrities and one Iris Wildthyme come to him in his dreams. The Doctor Who franchise as a disembodied spirit imprinted on this newborn. Iris is a fictional character in our world written by Paul Mars, but also a real friend of both the Doctors and the fictionalized author Whoniverse Paul. Still with me? What I'm saying is that Mars was written for both Iris and the Doctor in real life, but simultaneously, in universe, Wildthyme has told the Doctor all about him. And both Whoniverse Paul and our Paul Mars are the authors behind the fictional sci-fi series Iris Wildthyme, about a lesbian novelist, Greek goddess artist, possible faction creation time traveller, and her many adventures. Look, explaining her is a task, and one for another day, I think. More egregious to the idea of canon is Fester, Paul's actual in real life cat. Look, I'm just saying, make my dog canon, okay? Is my dog real? I need my dog to be real. It's very metatextual. When the text can interact with itself and attempt to depict reality, you end up with ultra postmodern characters like Iris and Whoniverse Paul, who fly in the very face of the concept of canon. Broke canon, more like freed canon. More like easily and ambivalently traversed canon. But I talk about Paul because in his big story, Bafflement and Devotion, of which he's the main character, Paul Mars not only legitimizes himself, but also, as a character who lives, by the way, in the Doctor's world, acknowledges that the Doctor looks like Patrick Troughton and Tom Baker. So now, hang on, they're actors in the Whoniverse? Oh man, it's like when the revival mentioned Kylie, and then had Astrid Peth. Like when both the War Doctor and the movie Alien exist.
That bit in Alien where that thing bursts out of John Hurt?
And then John Hurt gets name dropped. I always liked it when the Doctor referenced the works of Douglas Adams as if he wasn't a script editor of a section of his life. Oh, I don't know, man. The fourth wall just gets uninstalled in these situations. Making you realise what a fruitless and redundant task it would be to enforce rules not only on just Doctor Who stories, but stories in general. But hang on, hold the phone, before we finish up. There's 4 Tom Bakers. There's Doctor Who, and then 4 Tom Bakers. Oh, my brain. Thief of Sherwood. First Doctor story involves a man called Tom Baker playing a fictional character called Doctor Who. The girl who loved Doctor Who has a girl in our world with a giant Tom Baker poster on her wall. Ugh. Mars's Baker, which I guess is a world without the TV show Doctor Who. And then there's the TV action comic, where actual actor man Tom Baker saves the BBC from the dreaded Beep the Meep. Whew. That's 4. That's 4 Tom Bakers. 6 if you include the Nestwood Chronicles and the Curator. Wow, there really are a lot of parallel worlds where Doctor Who is a TV character. And worse still, we're in one of them.
Don't you realize, child, the enormous risks?
I can't stop thinking about her. Catman.
So I've been marathoning the best series lately, as only Daddy Kapowney gets the Blu-ray treatment, and then I came across a fact about the story Listen, whilst watching
the story Listen. So, honestly, you can get an extra one today. You can have a freebie. They're all free. The banging on the base door at the end of the world? The Doctor's theory was wrong, Clara's theory was wrong, it wasn't paranoia, and it wasn't the Midnight Entity or what have ya. It was Jack and River playing a prank on Orson Pink. Or at least their crossover story heavily implies it.
An explorer sat in his craft. He's come to see if there's life at the end of the universe.
I see. Shall we go and
Bang on his door?
give him the fright of his life?
Wow, yeah, he took that joke really well. Hey, do you think the guys over at Big Finish will ever just behave? They have multiple characters who seem to only exist to surf decades of lore, and now they're hanging out with each other? Nah, they will never behave. I sincerely hope not, anyway. You couldn't ever give the license to me because it'd just be all this. No storytelling, no 5-year plan, just all hopping around and naughtily graffitiing other people's hard work. And that's where this series comes in. Matrix, present! So, the Doctor's learned the ways of the shinobi. Cracking starts. Depending on which incarnation we're talking about, this is either hilarious or oddly fitting. And here's the thing, it never specifies which Doctor begun this training. Which of the Doctors is a ninja? At this point, I'm convinced that if you just type in a funny word into a wiki, you're bound to find something fun. I recommend it even. Great game. Ninjas and samurai don't really have a place in Who, as Doctor Who doesn't like to do the East all that often, even in the other mediums when they've got the budget. I can name only a handful of stories that involve Japanese history, certainly. And honestly, I find that fact pretty interesting. Even Faction Paradox claimed that ninjas were mythical and never actually existed. But they say that about everyone. The Doctor didn't even learn the ninja arts on Earth, never mind Japan. So, sorry, let me get this right. An ancient, culturally specific human form of assassination was somehow a custom on an alien planet? Go with it. This is the planet Quinis, or as I like to call it, Alien Ninja Planet. Must resist the urge to make Naruto references. I mean, the Doctor being a ninja, it makes sense. A martial arts using appearance-changing twig who doesn't even have a real name and can appear at will. It works, but he's just a little conspicuous, no? Kararimi no Jutsu. This was a claim made by the third Doctor in The Devil Goblins from Neptune. That's the best title for a book that I've ever heard. But this is a Doctor Who story set on his time trapped on Earth with the Brigadier and Liz. Meaning that while it seems like a very natural thing for 3 to say, this means that an earlier incarnation was the ninja. And one he'd actually have to remember. Sorry, Mr. Hinchcliffe, I know you're very powerful. So, it's a toss-up then. Until you listen to the first Doctor and Susan audio, Quinis. This details their final destination until the two of them take off to planet Earth. Meaning, the Doctor learned to be a ninja as an already elderly man. Look, I'm not saying one couldn't throw down. In fact, he loves a bout of fisticuffs. Have you seen the Romans lately? But the image of Hartnell running across rooftops and throwing decoy shuriken, it still tickles me. It warms my heart. You seem to have underestimated my chakra level, my dear boy. Number 2. Seemingly anybody can build their own TARDIS. In fact, many accounts seem to insinuate that it's actually quite easy. It definitely happens a lot. And I'm not just talking time travel in general. Hell, Cybermen, Daleks, and even humans get time ships eventually. I mean specifically, little TARDISes. Or should I say, their various knockoffs. Hey, I might have been the only poor sod to read the Turlo spin-off as a kid. But Turlo and the Earthlink dilemma, yeah really, details him back on Tryon developing their own space-time machines based on Turlo's memories of the TARDIS. Eventually they're joined by a C-list Time Lord called the Magician before Turlo kills a couple people in cold blood. Weird book. My favourite childhood monsters, the Skiff, also had their own Scardis. Yeah, give the Skiff who coined that name a pay rise. Super cold and really dank in space. As cool as an ice bar TARDIS is, Unit blew it to pieces. Well, then of course there's Unit, who in the Turn Left timeline without their scientific advisor managed to mod the TARDIS to send Donna to the right time and mostly right place. I'd have called that incredibly convenient, but apparently it's just super doable. There's so many discount TARDISes. Can't afford a TARDIS? Maybe the Sidrat is more in your range. Sidrat, Sidrat? Bad name. That's just TARDIS backwards. Man, I tell you, the late Terrence Dicks came up with some of the silliest stuff in this series. You know that deleted scene they took out in Journey's End where the Doctor gave 10-2 a bit of TARDIS coral? Well, it's back in now. In the Torchwood lab on Pete's World, he's growing his own TARDIS, because it is, in fact, that easy.
In the middle, where they suddenly start talking about a new TARDIS. So I like to imagine this still happened, though. So one day we'll come back and put this one back in.
Oh, and you remember Pussy World? Well, the real party's going over on Dog World, where the Dog Emperor has a time-travelling Meowcopter, which for all intents and purposes, seems to be better than the TARDIS. Don't take anything seriously. Nothing is sacred, and it's better that way. And fact number 3, the Master. Reborn. The Time Lords unleashed the Master on 1970s Earth. I'll get that Unit Day and controversy out of my face. If they wanna fraternize in the workplace, that's their business. You know, it's a struggle to not have a master fact in every video. I have to space out the mania so much that this video might not even be possible or comprehensible. A particular favourite though comes from the story Prisoners of the Sun, in which the Time Lords decided to end the sentence of their worst criminal just so it'd give their other criminal something to do, releasing him from his prison cell in Sharda. I suppose keeping the Doctor busy from fixing his own TARDIS is a good motive, but hey, how'd that pan out for you guys in the long run? There's a version of the Doctor Who timeline where the Time Lords just left the Doctor to get on with Axons and Units and minor strikes, and the Master is still locked away in Sharda to this date. Hell, might even have been a better show. In effect, Gallifrey endangered the cosmos just to gift wrap Season 8 to the Doctor. I don't know about you, but that sounds like intervention. Hey, Matrix, does meddling come under interplanetary intervention? Oh yeah, they do it all the time. Also, in this book, the one that self-destructed before I could finish reading it, the third Doctor story, Freedom, depicts a defeated 3-and-Joe tricked into an empty dimensional plane whilst the Master wreaks havoc with Earth. As soon as this happens, the Doctor apologises to Jo for entering her life and resigns himself to a depressed lifetime of imprisonment, only to be saved half an hour later by a true Deus Ex Machina in the form of the Time Lords, interfering with history again, giving him all the tools he needs to rescue himself, handing him his own TARDIS on a platter. So it turns out that not only are they the biggest hypocrites in all time and space, but they also watch the Doctor's adventures intensely and can always intervene if their guy isn't currently on top. You heard me correctly, the Unit era has exactly 0 stakes. I love lore.
I'm the Doctor. I'm a Time Lord. I'm from the planet Gallifrey in the constellation of Kasterborous.
Ooh, hey, ooh, coming through here. I got the facts. Look, you know me, I bring the facts. 3 of them about the Doctor Who universe and the canonical inconsistencies, showing us why we should not treat fiction like an immutable concrete text. I mean, once you start thinking about canon literally, where do you stop? If you think about it really hard, human nature happened twice. Parallel versions of Jubilee exist. Nightshade has 2 endings. What, did they do Nightshade twice? I mean, yeah, they did Nightshade twice, but that's what I'm talking about. These are stories. So what's the Pandorica Opens excuse? Oh yeah, the Pandorica event happened twice. Considering that the last time the Doctor was in this little prison ship, the world ended, you think he'd be quick to avoid making the same mistake again. The only reason he ends up in that prison is because of his own curiosity. But here, in the story for the Doctor Who experience, Smith got trapped in it again.
There you are! Oh, finally! I was beginning to think you'd got lost.
How is that even possible? Why does it still exist? To answer these questions, we'll have to head over to Wales. Cardiff, 2012. 8 years ago? Back when Matt Smith was the Doctor Who experience was still standing, and the world was good. Well, it was okay. I had a Doctor Who experience, for a start. The Doctor Who exhibition. I did so many of these as a young boy during the Davis years. Brighton, Cardiff, the one at Land's End had a bit in a sea base where a Dalek rose out of the stairwell. And yeah, they never got topped. It never got better than that. I love interactive experiences. And it took me all the way to the Doctor Who experience's second to last day to actually go. And not to brag, it was kind of an emergency operation. I'm so glad I went. Before the exhibition itself opened up, there was a half-hour optional story section for the kids, but considering you got to go onto the Matt Smith TARDIS, have Peter Capaldi talk to you, and see real monsters in the flesh, this is probably the closest I'll ever come to getting a Doctor Who ride or a Doctor Who horror maze. I wasn't gonna miss it. So how do they incorporate a plot into a small show building with a handful of sets? Well, easily and very well. In fact, they did it twice. In the 11th Doctor story, you're aboard the Starship UK, where he's been trapped inside the Pandorica 2 by another alliance of his enemies.
Honestly, having a backup Pandorica is cheating.
That's the most Stephen Moffat line ever. Now, isn't a second identical Pandorica pointless and nigh impossible? Yeah, but if 4 years of film school taught me anything, it's you use the sets that you got. This is a plot cobbled together out of sets and props, and I love it.
I've got a bunch of people out shopping. Nice one. Good old screw. Never mind, let's work with what we've got. Hello, shoppers.
In this, the Doctor keeps referring to you as shoppers, before then abducting said consumers and dropping them on a Dalek flying saucer. Here, you get to witness a Dalek domestic as the Dalek paradigm pull rank on the Supreme, who is still alive? Cool, the Supreme Dalek survived the events of Journey's End somehow, only to then get wrecked off screen by his replacements. The next section was a unit quarantine zone with weeping angels, and I distinctly remember every kid just being in absolute inconsolable tears. And in the final room, the Doctor has freed himself from the Pandorica 2, meaning this whole affair was pointless, and Daleks, Cybermen and Angels entered the time vortex to get him. It's adorable. I guess the Doctor did reboot the universe, so it only makes sense for all the villains to come together and make the same plan all over again. Hang on, is the Doctor stuck in a time loop? In 2014, they adapted the experience to fit the current Doctor. Now, rather than the Starship UK, you're in a Gallifreyan museum, with Romana speaking to the guests from what she describes as the final days of Gallifrey, before showing a montage of just one Time Lord. Kind of a Doctor Who clip show, if you will. So, now we know what Romana's priorities were in the final days of the Time War. And now, because I guess you're in the Time War, seems dangerous, they try and call for help and make connection with the Doctor's TARDIS, before being immediately attacked by a CGI villain called the Time Squid. Capaldi goes in all of the TARDIS sets, I'm very happy at this point. Then it's the TARDIS, Dalek Asylum, Weeping Angel Quarantine, and then I Am Foreman's Junkyard. All on the hunt for crystals, which I'm kind of sad that I didn't get the crystal. They said only the kids could get the crystal. So the Doctor leads a party of children, disgruntled parents, and me to defeating the Time Squid, which the Daleks, Cybermen and Weeping Angels are just kind of in on, I guess. I don't know, weird plot, everyone's talking about crystals. It kind of reminds me of that 10-second clip of Tom Baker for the Blackpool exhibition. The one that played at the end of one of the DVDs and kept me up at night. The one that the wiki refers to as a TV story. Did the Doctor ever realise he was on Gallifrey? I guess after that commotion it's just really easy to get to. Oh wait, it is. Fact number 2, don't you love it when one segment fills out the whole video? Let's rush it. Bart Simpson exists in the Doctor Who canon. Well, maybe not Bart Simpson per se, but definitely a Bart Simpson-shaped alien. Yep, that's upsetting. In the comic Space Invaders, Panini Comics decided they should kill an alien who looks like Bart Simpson. A very strange creative choice in an otherwise very serious story. It's played pretty straight, other than this one weird cameo. A cameo that disturbs and upsets me. Haha, yeah, don't own a cow, man. The Doctor Who universe has made many references to The Simpsons, making this even more incredulous. Oh, was this a George Lucas situation where, like, Bart Simpson channeled his brain into Matt Groening and told him, "Create me, man"? Fucking hell. But hey, maybe it's not that complicated. Maybe they just share a fictional universe, along with Transformers, Sherlock, and Star Trek. After all, the Fourth Doctor has appeared in both The Simpsons and Futurama. Then, in a much less serious story called Party Animals, Bart can be found attending the birthday party of the alien Bonjaks, and it's quite the guest list. Also in attendance are a group of tiny penguins, Ivan Asimov, Worf and a Ferengi from Star Trek, a Silurian wearing a dress, Captain Britain, Sapphire and Steel, the Silver Surfer, Adam Warlock, Darth Vader, the Hulk, the K1 robot, a cyber controller, and the Candyman. Oh, and also, who could forget? Combat Wombat. Here he is here. Sorry, let's drop everything and find out who the fuck Combat Wombat is. Combat Wombat once attended a birthday party in Marathia. So it turns out he's a character from his own failed one-shots. But, I like his deal. I like this vibe. Does this mean that Marvel Comics, Star Wars, Star Trek, and the Combat Wombat universes are all concurrent with the Doctor Who land? Yes. No more questions. It's a big multi-IP birthday party. Screw Infinity War, this is the real crossover event. I love out-of-control IP-based storytelling. It's the same reason that Bart Simpson can hang out with the Doctor and Scooby-Doo in Lego Dimensions. Yeah, like hell. Let's exploit people saying they own stories and characters as property. Whatever happened to the Paradigm Daleks, I hear you ask? Batman took care of them. What do you think Doctor Who, Doctor Doom, Doctor Strange and Doctor Octopus have to talk about at a party, huh? Probably magic signs. Or capes. Anyway, the dreaded Beep the Meep is out of few and starts a drunken fight. And that's the plot. He's a terror, fucking you can't take him anywhere. And then, for the real diehard canonistas, there's a character called Death's Head. Yeah, those of you who know where I'm headed. A Marvel creation of the late 80s, Death's Head was the character who held together the short-lived British Marvel universe. You heard me correctly. A Marvel character who was also moonlighting as a Transformers villain has met the Seventh Doctor. And a number of Doctor Who characters. His Dog Bolter, if anyone is deep in enough to know who Dog Bolter is. Dog Bolter, a Doctor Who villain from Doctor Who comics and Doctor Who audios, has a robot called Hob. In Marvel comics, they took Hob and turned him into a Transformer man. Pulled from absolute obscurity into becoming his greatest villain. All of this done in complete earnest. When I was first told about this, my mind went immediately to, oh, it's a fun Christmas special. No. This party is a core part of the Death's Head story. And who invited him to the party? Oh, Sylvester McCoy. So, the incomplete story of Death's Head is a sequel to a Doctor Who comic with a Doctor Who villain set on a Doctor Who planet with the Doctor Who vortex in it. Sorry, that's who. Sorry, there's still people in my comments thinking that canon exists. We are post-canon. Officially. When will Optimus Prime show up in the TV show? Beloved characters and fictional franchises are the playthings for brands and only exist to be used by companies as assets. Well, number one, fuck that. Number two, here's Doctor Who shitting all over your terrible internet misconceptions of literature and popular culture. Panini just used the Master's shrink ray on a Transformers villain to make him regular size. And I'd just like to say thank you for this glorious little rabbit hole. Man, Marvel were in a sticky place back in the 90s, huh? The Shadow Proclamation don't know what the Time War is. They're not thought out, the Shadow Proclamation, are they? They're just rules. They're just rules, articles and conventions for the Doctor to spout like a DI to let you know that the evil alien staging murderous invasions is also breaching space law. Yeah, great. Hey, where were you guys to stop this drug deal on a level 5 planet? Or any of the rest of the time for that matter. The Doctor mentions the Shadow Proclamation more than you probably think, and yet we don't know his affiliation with it. I presume they filled the gap left by the Time Lords, but there are a lot of species competing for that title. Compared to the Death Robots and the Flying Temporal Centaur Men, I find it fun how a bunch of albino bureaucrats became the world authority. Not only were they capable of declaring war on the Daleks, but they also did have control over the Time Vortex. According to Doctor Who Adventures anyway. So despite being the spiritual successors to the Time Lords, they don't know what happened to them. Which is weird because people know about the Time War. There's black markets devoted to the stuff. Half the universe had their planet destroyed by the Time War. It's common knowledge. But in the Darksmith Legacy, a series of interactive books near the end of the Tennant years, the Pictures of Emptiness depict the 10th Doctor deceiving the Shadow Proclamation by getting out of trouble by requesting a trial from a jury of peers. Something that, you know, isn't possible because he's the last of his kind. And they just let him go. They think that's a very reasonable request. They fully think the Gallifrey is still intact, and that the Doctor is not the last of his species. There's many stories where they just pick up after his leftovers, functioning like in the same role as the local town sheriff in Scooby-Doo. I guess the Doctor just brushed up on intergalactic lore after the Time War. What makes this even stranger is that in Gangland, it's them who have ownership of the time gun of Rassilon, stolen from one of their vaults. So they just, do they think he'd lost it? Strange bunch. I don't think Davis or Moffat ever worked out who they were or what their deal was. May we never return to them again.
I will serve Davros!
Welcome back to The Matrix Reloaded. Yeah, real stamp of quality right there. A series where we delve into the minutiae of canon just to reveal how pointless this whole exercise is. Celebrating the series that is Doctor Who, whilst reminding you that it has absolutely zero rules or clue what it's doing. My favourite thing about a fictional franchise helmed by different writers in different eras is that they've got all the grounds covered. Familiar concepts such as William Shakespeare, the Mona Lisa, dragons, and the Loch Ness Monster, they're covered, with a down-to-earth science fantasy explanation as to why. Don't be ridiculous, Joe, dragons aren't real. Here are the aliens who inspired the mythology of dragons. Because whilst Classic Who was busy rebuking the fantasy and the fairy tales with sci-fi explanations, it would replace them with much more bizarre answers to these mysteries. A dinosaur descendant living in Scotland? That's just silly. Anyway, back to my reptile cyborg space squid story. But then, further down the line, in a series spanning 60 years, other writers will inevitably decide that the Loch Ness Monster, or dragons, or goblins, in fact, do exist. Meaning, there's a plesiosaur chilling in Scotland, and just an unrelated alien robot one as well. That's so much stranger. At that point, it's more plausible just to say vampires exist. Oh wait, they do. It's not just a multimedia comic deal either. The TV show alone is plenty capable of contradicting itself, as fans of Timelash fully well know. The dragon puppet-faced Borad was exiled to Scotland in the year 1179, where the Doctor says this.
But haven't you sent him back to Earth?
Yes. The 12th century. Where exactly did we pick you up?
The Highlands of Scotland, not far from Inverness.
He'll be harmless enough then. At least he'll have somewhere to swim for the next 1,000 years.
But won't he be seen?
From time to time.
This theory is completely wrong, or at least has been debunked in other stories, often intentionally. Now, Timelash and Terror of the Zygons don't necessarily contradict each other, especially as, well, he looks nothing like it. Like, if I saw him in the street, if I was going down to the local lock with my lassies. I just think he was a big phlegmy man. But then, and I'm really sorry for you to have to find out like this, I found a tragedy. The Borad of 1985's Timelash was brutally murdered this week. Now that's a loss. We're distraught. We're distraught. Prayers with his family. Do not go gentle into that good night. Yeah, the Borat got glocked. The EDAs were brutal, and when it came to this relatively minor Loch Ness overlap transgression of canon, the taking of Planet 5 just wasn't having it, and they had 2 ex-CIA types take him out. Going out of their way in this story to disrespect a much maligned and unpopular classic adventure. Although there's a very generous use of the word classic. It feels like a drive-by shooting. Like, just leave him alone. What did Dennis Carey's The Borat ever do to you? Other than Timelash.
You're finished, Borat! Your reign of terror is over! Nobody wants you! Nobody needs you! Nobody
And in this novel, they assassinated him not moments after the Doctor booped him off there in a not-so-discreet gambit to try and plug up a Canon leak. Imagine if I used a book deal opportunity to get the BBC to publish my hate fic, where I return to, I don't know, maybe Kablam, and I just kill off the characters I didn't like. It's a hilariously petty priority to me. Also, hey, it's okay for folklore to have multiple influences, guys. It's just also a very odd coincidence that this place in Scotland attracts dinosaurs. Then there's Christmas on a Rational Planet, the incredibly expensive book which I would like to one day own. And uh-oh, the Faction Paradox guys are coming over. This time claiming the Loch Ness. Claiming the Loch Ness like they claim every piece of historical cultural iconography. In this, the Loch Ness Monster is a collective species. There are multiple Loch Nessies. By the late 21st century, humanity had debunked all myths of mystery cryptids around the world to the behest of Faction Paradox's Father Stendek, who, appalled by this, elected to make his own monsters. With this kind of technology, you could cure cancer. But I don't want to cure cancer. I want to make dinosaurs. So meanwhile, a number of Loch Nessies also do exist, invented from spare dinosaur parts, trying to reinvent folk tales left over from the Zygons. It's mad, naturally. So like I said, stories that debunk legends only wind up making said legends even more bonkers in the long run, even just within the confines of this one fictional universe. Doctor Who mythos was not built to work, nor does it have to. It's a runaway train with many conductors. But it's still a runaway train. It's also on fire, and it killed the Borat. Is this? The Scaracen in comparison is pretty tame lore-wise. The Master has a pet one called Flipper, who he grew bored of and barbecued. But they're Zygon pets, and they feed off of their weird green milk. So, I've actually decided I hate the Scaracen now. Also, it appeared in the middle of the Thames. Middle of tourist London in broad daylight. But as observed by Seven in Remembrance of the Daleks, nobody seemed to want to make a big thing of it. In fact, humanity do not care about the Loch Ness Monster. Torchwood once leaked the photo by accident. You know, the photo. But nobody cares all the same. That is, but for one man. A Doctor Who legend, operating solely from his shed. I am, of course, talking about Clive Finch from Series 1, Episode 1. Oh yeah. This guy has just a whole thing. Ever since he was a boy, Clive Finch wanted to see the Loch Ness Monster, and one day, thanks to a trip in the TARDIS with 12 and Nardo, he did just that. Fuck it! Clive broke canon! About Clive. Clive Finch was a family man who ran the Doctor Who website in verse. This website is still standing in real life, if you can see it in all its 2005 glory. In the excellent Colgan book, In the Blood, the internet is the villain, like in real life, and the shady Ji Woo frequents the site and knows all about the Doctor from Clive's conspiracy nutter website, his blog. What, does the Master log on? Hey, maybe! But that's his legacy. Let's talk about the man himself. In the novelisation of Rose, Russell T Davies made sure to expand on the origin of Clive Finch, a long-life conspiracy nut. After the disappearance of his father in the Shoreditch incident, otherwise known to us as Remembrance of the Daleks, Gary Finch was exterminated by an Imperial Dalek. Which, yeah, none of that on screen. Did the Daleks go for a little wander? Guys, there's a civil war on. Focus. His death was covered up by the government, leading Clive to learning about the Daleks and then the Doctor, with no memory that the two had travelled together before when he was a young boy. I've read this book, and I did not click that this was the same Clive from Series 1, Episode 1 Rose. Because I'm a giant fucking idiot. Anyway, it involves Nardole and the Loch Ness and the meddling monk of all people, and then 12 gave him the old memory wipe, like he'd loved doing around this time. Kind of making the whole gift pointless. What a cruel thing to do to a kid. But that's just N-Space's Clive. The Clive of another universe, one without the Doctor, had a shed instead full of Nessie sightings. But oh no! Parallel Clive and his parallel shed are also in danger, as the sun on this universe is dying. See Turn Left and the Stolen Earth. Lucky for him, our dimension-hopping Rose Tyler tracks him down for some reason, and takes him on as a companion for her woefully short-lived, but also admittedly woeful, spin-off series. What's the chances that Big Finish have a darts board in the office for like coming up with ideas? Come on. 10, 4, Dalek Story, come on Dalek Story. Ah, fuck, I got Rose, Clive and Jackie. God damn it. Rose saves him from this dying universe and drops him off in Pete's world, where he is now the last of his species and his dimension. Then, their torturer decide this random estate agent should be the new Control #1 big shot. Yeah, absolutely. This random guy, he can head up our torture division. Banging stuff. We've got Immortal Time Agents and Canary Wharf. They've got Clive and Jackie on catering. And then, in the Target storybook, there's a little tale called Grounded. I found this by complete coincidence at the last minute. In this, Clive, his son Ben, and the local nut, Mr. Palmer, have a little run around in the local park. Find an alien and return him to his people. "You're the best advert for planet Earth I can think of, Clive," said Mr. Palmer, before wiping his memory of the whole event. The rotten luck. I would say it was funny if it wasn't so tragic. After Clive's death, Mr. Palmer returned to his son and restored his memories of the day out. I went digging to find out if Mr. Palmer was anyone of note, but the closest I could track him down to was the unit soldier from Terror of the Zygons. And yeah, it checks out. Just what a deep dive. Thanks, Una McCormack, for making Clive the loveliest man you've ever met before, you know, getting his head blown off in front of his own family. Not prestigious enough for the ranks of Linda, it seems. Next time you watch Rose and see a conspiracy nut get his head blown off in front of his family, think of the one-time 12 companion, survivor of his universe, 14-year-old friend the Doctor's, getting his head blown off in front of his family. What a strange and unasked for legacy, but I'll take it. Deep down, us on Doctor Who websites, we are all Clive. And, yeah. I suppose you want a fact number 3 as well. Well, did you know Davros invented the Daleks? Yeah, Dave Ross. You thought he just made the mechanoids, but no, in Unearthed Gem Genesis of the Daleks, it is revealed that he was the man who said, let's do Daleks.
Tsar speaks truth that fire cannot live in men.
Welcome back to the Matrix, where I just look up shit on the wiki.
Yeah. I wish that was it. Hey man, I've been locked in it since February. Just me and the Legend of Ashilda book. You think I wanted to read the Ashilda book? You think I needed to read the Ashilda book? No, I did it for you, motherfucker. Hey, so let's just get it out there that this series isn't exactly about valorizing the accumulation of obscure trivia. What do I look like? Ernest Cline? I'm definitely not, nor do I seek to be some adjudicator of canon. I'm just digging. Consider me a gargoyle of sorts. A court jester of Canon. I can sometimes get the odd thing wrong. I can use an encyclopedia for public access without losing Whovian points. For example, last video I signed off with the comfortable assertion that Davros invented the Daleks. What? No, seriously? Oh, what? The Doctor's not a Time Lord anymore. Next you'll be telling me Davros didn't make the Daleks. Oh. There's nothing sacrosanct. The two big Dalek writers of the 60s were Terry Nation and David Whittaker. One would go on to write some non-canon historical genesis for Daleks, whilst Whittaker, a full decade before, invented the character Yarveling. This evil scientist coloured blue man was the true creator from whose plans were then stolen by Dave. In the story War of the Daleks, they eventually discovered this, which is presumably why he lives in their basement now. But no, fucking this dude, look at him, coined the Dalek war machine, not Davros.
Are you gonna save me?
Screw that kid, take him out. Coming out of his fallout bunker, he found that his Thal-killing creations had evolved, and he spent his final radiation-poisoned days building a nice Emperor Dalek casing. Oddly though, Yarveling wasn't a genocidal despot, meaning him creating the Scourge of the Galaxy makes him just a giant blue idiot. This discovery unlocked some hidden memories. My dad bought me this Dalek annual off eBay back in 2008, meaning without realising it, I've had this fact in my possession for a long time, but went 15 years thinking it was Davros anyway, because that's what everybody else did. Then, in 1973, Nation himself tried out his own beta origin for the Daleks, detailing them on their home planet, Amaron. Don't question it. Just 2 years before Genesis aired, he wrote a secret story about how Daleks evolved from humans as part of an evolutionary experiment from a higher species called the Haldons. Daleks were humans. Oh no, Terry. That's fine. It was only recently that the Doctor himself had stopped hinting that he was a human from the future. Origins be crazy. Especially in the 60s and 70s, where no one gave a shit. Now, last video I went for the joke, but this was news to me. You guys expect me to have TV Century 21 issues 1 through 3 around the place? Yeah, I'll just go and dig them up. What it did was start me down a rabbit hole when I remembered, hang on, those names ring a bell. Lo and behold, you can trust Russell T Davies to reference them, with some early 2005 era vintage Time War lore. In Lockdown's Doctor Who and the Time War, Davies describes the spires of Yarveling's church fusing and crumbling in the devastation of the moment. This was Russell's vision of the Time War, back before the John Hurts and the War of Alliards, before we knew about Dr. Okron and the Nightmare Child just being a giant plasma Dalek. Yarveling and the Haldons both get name dropped. Back when the war was a less literal hellscape, the Doctor got reverted into a baby every other minute. The Haldons came back and eventually went on to create the Forest of Cheam. Earth gets multiplied so they could throw countless human cities at the Nightmare Child. Something you would never have to show on screen because it was never intended to be explored in an actual story. But that's not going to stop people. Nobody sparks the vague cosmic imagination like Russell. Hell, back in the 2006 annual, Davies mapped out the whole war there and then, pulling references to Romana, Genesis, Big Finish, and the Deathsmiths of Goth, all for my 11-year-old eyes to see. Now, first of all, the annual, releasing before Series 2 had aired, hints the Master with the words "You are not alone" a couple years early. But crazier still, can we talk about the Deathsmiths of Goth? Once more feared than the Time Lords and the Daleks, Goth was a planet that developed world enders, creating planet-busting immortal weaponry. One time, one went so rogue that people killed themselves and destroyed all of their ships so it didn't ever get off planet. This story, Black Legacy, then picks up with a Cyberman expedition where Maxwell, the Cyberman with a name, is left alive as the sole survivor of his legion, just so the Apocalypse device can play with him. And then from there, Maxwell begins relearning fear and displaying very human emotions.
What? Who? No! Blood of my ancestors! No!
So that's wild. That's how I infer it, anyway. Maybe they just wrote a story about a Cyberman with a name and emotions. I would slam it, but considering these guys went on to create V for Vendetta, they get a hall pass from me.
I deem this canon.
Then there's also Brazil. At one point in Earth's future, humanity sold Brazil to the planet Goth. Just all of Brazil and its entire population sold as lab rats for scientific experiments. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, what book was this in? Oh cool, the children's encyclopedia book that I grew up with as a young boy. That's fucked. Guess that one's a fixed point and all, huh, Doc? Fact number 2. Tsar, make fire! Yeah, you know everybody's favourite part of The Unearthly Child is the loud, incessant caveman politics? I'm actually impartial to those episodes. It's one of those rare bits of Who that I can watch in the exact same mindset as somebody in the early 60s with, and I become utterly enthralled with the premise alone for 4 parts. That more than does me. But unsurprisingly, the Tribe of Gum are hardly returning villain material. Oh yeah, you know, Daleks, Cybermen, early man. That is until they encountered another set of strangers. Aliens from some strange far-off tribe who gifted them magic powers. Here are the Hunters of the Burning Stone, or as I know them, the Tribe of Gum. The original Doctor Who baddies, if you exclude the Doctor himself, maybe.
What are you doing?
The Tribe of Gum rounded up the 11th Doctor, Ian and Barbara, plucked them out of time and space, looking for the wise ones that once taught them fire. Except now they are cosmic space warriors. Oh my god, humans are nothing but alien intervention! We are an alien collaboration! How nuts must I sound to my next door neighbours? The Prometheans were a tinkering, near-omniscient species who I can only assume are related to the Ridley Scott guys, and they felt fit to give them the powers of immortality. Going from murdering old mother from their dry little cave to murdering hundreds, ransacking spaceships. Tsar make fire? Tsar is fire. It sounds excellent, and it is, given the cheat codes to late civilization, but still searching for fire. It didn't expand their brain capacity, meaning the primitives were wreaking havoc on sophisticated species. And much like the old days, it's a story that only Ian and Barbara can solve. They save the day in true Smith era fashion with a big speech about love or family or leaves or whatnot, and then Ian and Barbara get married and kiss. The tribe though, they go out fighting, getting a nobler send-off than you'd expect from these Flintstones. For the first time, they finally have something to fight for. Fact number 3. There's a planet of Rory's. What? What are you looking at me for? There's a planet. And they're filled with Rorys. Rory Williams. From Series 5 to Series 7A of Doctor Who. Planet of the Rorys was published in 2012 in Doctor Who Adventures, where in true fashion, the 11th Doctor leaves Rory behind. It's always someone. Whilst a planet triggers around Rory, activating a DNA key, creating a sequence that results in his information becoming the evolutionary pattern for an entire civilization. And sorry, this stuff was from Doctor Who Adventures? That's a sick premise. Rory then experiences an unearthly child of his own, where all of his genetic offspring capture him. Then he's captured by another band of Rorys. This lot with guns who intend to sell his body parts. Even though there's countless Rorys to choose from, why do you need more? Before finally being rescued by an advanced species of Rory, on a progressively stronger path of evolution towards new Rorys. There is a high culture society of Rorys out there, developing themselves towards the higher echelons of space and time. It's a very weird image, very Rick and Morty. What if they replace the Time Lords? Eventually, Amy arrives, and the army of Rorys bow down to worship her. Jesus, imagine the power complex there. More pertinently, how's Rory doing with this scenario? Probably needs another round of TARDIS therapy. And the planet's still there. So if Amy ever did do a Clara and manage to travel through time and space, she could amass a legion in her name.
I want more.
Welcome back to The Matrix. You know, I don't know what's stranger about these. The fact that these very niche underground videos have been met with such nice reception, or that I've got enough of these backed up to last us all the way to Series 13. What I'm saying is, this series has a surprising amount of legs. To all new viewers, hello, Canon is a nebulous concept, and stories should just be allowed to be stories, regardless of what medium they take. Although, our first fact today is actually going to test that logic. All stories are equal, I say to myself. And then the motherfucker pulls out the Doctor Who joke book. A joke book, filled with knock-knock jokes, is a canonical text that, by my own logic, I have to respect as authentic. I'm just saying, there's some media forms of Doctor Who I don't have to recognise. The top trumps, those ratings be wrong. Adverts, promotional material, marketing talk, these things aren't necessarily trying to tell a story. Knock Knock Who's There, the Doctor Who joke book, came out just last month, and although this is clearly not designed for my demographic or should rationally offer some kind of prose story, it does. And I think that's really cool and admirable. If the Doctor Who cookbook tried to integrate itself into the verse as its own story, I'm not sure it'd be a very good cookbook, but I would be compelled to buy it, as is the curse of the Whovian. Supposedly, as part of the new Time Lord Victorious event, a t-shirt will have a core piece of lore on it, supposedly contributing to the overarching story. I'm over the moon. I don't care how garish or unwearable this thing is. I will be wearing lore. Give me your terrible shirt. Cookbooks, video games, joke books, poetry books. A Doctor Who story is a Doctor Who story, and the story of Knock Knock Who's There happens to be a narrative-based framing device in which the 13th Doctor and Yasmin Khan have been trapped inside of a joke book and are trying to get out. Meaning the day can only be saved by cheesy puns and dad jokes, featuring such favourites such as Tim Shaw, Elton Pope, and the Moxa Balhoun. Oh wow, how did they book him? To escape the joke book universe, the 13th Doctor and Yaz must find out the answer to the world's first joke. The first joke, the oldest joke in the universe, hidden in plain sight. Knock knock. Hey, oh, didn't see you there. Who's there? Doctor Who. Exactly! Get it? Like Doctor Who. From TV. Okay, that's it. You can throw the book out, throw it away. And this is what actually really solves the plot. The oldest joke is the same as the oldest ultimate question. Now, of course, why this joke would work in the Doctor Who verse itself is beyond me, and I'm ready to be a real stickler about this. Sitting here in my Ood Time Lord Victorious t-shirt. If the answer to the first joke is also the answer to the first ultimate question, does that mean that another translator could be fought over this? Has 13 just ended the universe again? Oh, and these are proper Christmas cracker corkers, by the way. What's the Macra's favourite card game? Snap. What do Ice Warriors have on their toast? Marshmalade. The Master tells the Doctor they're not so different because they both have the same first name. The. I'm going on the Doctor Who wiki. Logging on. The Doctor's real name is The! The book's author, Chris Farnell, gave it a plot just so it could be catalogued in the Doctor Who TARDIS wiki, which is adorable and oddly relatable. But how will the Doctor Who fans find worth on my Doctor Who joke book if I don't date it between the events of Spyfall Part 2 and Orphan 55? So in summary, burn the book. What I'm saying is, set fire to this book. 5 stars, great read. Number 2. How many times have you heard the words, "It's Time Lord science"? Because I'd say it comes up quite a lot. Everything is Time Lord science. Somehow the Doctor managed to rid the world of every Gallifreyan, but forgot to take out their weapons of mass destruction. In the weapons of past destruction, we see that there were Gallifreyan gadgets and genocide gizmos on the black market constantly, just left around the place. So as a result, you've got time agents and Slitheen haggling for stuff they don't know how to use. But honestly, maybe if they did know how it worked, they wouldn't want it. This segment is going to be pretty big, like it deserves its own video, because I found myself down a rabbit hole. Here's what the Time Lords were packing. Well, for the most part, Time Lord weapons do exactly what we think Time Lord weapons would do. It makes you really old, or undoes you from existence entirely. Creative stuff, I know. And still pretty tame compared to some of the highest concept Dalek tech out there. The Time Lords have the Silent Songbox, the Neverwen, the Endform, time torpedoes. Torpedoes that could freeze time. Kind of underwhelming. A regeneration gun, a mercy gun, guns who remembered who they shot, and the second shot would wipe out the rest of your regenerations. The Sword of Never, Zeno prediction, bow and arrow of Nemesis from, frankly, whatever they were talking about in Silver Nemesis. War TARDISes, always a favourite. The Gauntlet of Rassilon, the Sash of Rassilon, the Time Gun of Rassilon, the T-Set of Rassilon, the Glock of Rassilon, and the Profane Virus of Rassilon. There's the DMAT, which the Doctor was packing in the Invasion of Time. DMAT them till they aren't and hit them where they weren't. There's the Quantum Crystallizer, which outright makes the Doctor Who verse one of the strongest. Refer to this video or, God, wow, I've made a lot of these. The Quantum Crystallizer outright removes all unfavourable outcomes. Aiton Lucy Miller found humans using one of these in a 21st century office to fend off Cybermen.
That's not fair, they have cheat codes.
The Doctor was quick to take the moral high ground, and quicker still to use it to fry the poor remaining Cybermen. They just can't catch a break. The Doctor destroyed it, ensuring that Holbert Logistics Company don't end up ruling the world. There's the Continuity Needle, a metal stick that would erase people from all history and existence when pricked. A weapon so poorly devised that if it wiped the wrong person, all of time would start to fail. Like accidentally killing an important NPC in an RPG game. A role-playing game. Good one, Sam. Currently, it rests at the bottom of the Thames. Then there were bow ships. I love bow ships, not only because of a great design, but because back in the old days of vampire hunting Time Lord yore, they were programmed with AI. AI so developed they started gaining sentience mid-battle and wanted something for their trouble. Oh, you want me to shoot this vampire? Cool, it's gonna cost ya. Man, you gotta respect the grift. Whatever technology the Time Lords didn't steal, it turns out backfired immediately in their face. Or if it didn't, it should've. Because most of these weapons just, end time. Lots of them just end the universe. Such as the Hush, living sound that stole the voices of everything it came across. There was the Cold, which they used in the War in Heaven. This was a weapon they wanted to use on Earth, where they believed the enemy was. The enemy is probably the reader. This would suck everything it came into contact with into another universe and destroy it. The Moment, mentioned at first in The End of Time. This should be its whole other point, but there's also a contradictory source that says the Doctor built the Moment in his 8th incarnation. It was like a modified DMAT, and once he got the magic key of Rassilon, he planned to erase millions from time and space. But somehow that would leave a memory of them for him to mourn. Then there was also the Pariah from the Doomwood comic. Man, they love creating sentient weapons that they can't control, huh? Hey Rassilon, do you think there's any chance we could make a big Dalek nuke, like a big bomb that doesn't gain a personality and walk off?
Thank you for your opinion.
Then there was also Shade, who is one of those incredibly complex characters that defy sensible and entertaining explanations. So, another time. Shade. Chronic Tripwire. Like, this is like physical tripwire that the War Doctor used to age a Dalek ship to dust. The Ghost Cluster was also used by the Great Houses, the Time Lords. These bombs were virtual, unleashed on a model of the universe, like a tiny model, and in the real world, the victims and their descendants became less likely to have existed. It's very easy to write this high concept war, isn't it? You don't have to think about off-the-cuff sentences like that. Archtron inverters were particularly nasty. These took the time traveller to every place they'd ever been simultaneously, causing instant insanity and temporal collapse so bad the Time Lords just had to erase you. And all this stuff is tame, frankly, compared to what the Daleks and the faction are up to. The Daleks had a time bomb that just rewrote history to make you a Dalek agent all along, and the faction had, get this, metaphorical big guns. Just, literally what it says, guns that are metaphorical, as well as harnessing the power of a soliloquy in Hamlet. Not the first to recite Shakespeare combatively. It's hard to compare one omnipotent power beyond my comprehension to another omnipotent power beyond my comprehension. So we're just going to go to fact number 3. Who is the definitive companion of the 70s? I put to you that the real persisting 70s mainstay is Bessie. What may look like a 1954 Ford Popular is actually a high-tech supercar, although it'd be a stretch to call it popular, as I refuse to believe at any point in time this was considered as such.
Get in, bitch. We're going shopping.
Hey, where is Bessie? Where'd she go? And why did stories set past the Pertwee years want to dig up this exile passion project? Well, the answer is, nostalgia. But you'd have to be in pretty desperate death throes to resort to this yellow devil. Oh, and by the way, you guys think I rely on the wiki? Well, who needs that when DoctorWhoCar.co.uk has the real dirt? Literal pages of non-information. To them, to these guys, Doctor Who is the car. Bessie had an anti-theft force field, could float if dropped from a tall height. Minimum inertia hyperdrive means that the companions don't end up through the windshield.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah Jane. That's a nasty case of whiplash.
I don't know what Doctor that was. That was like all 3 of the first Doctors combined. I'm going to stop doing impressions. The 3rd Doctor used Bessie for car chases, travelling to the plot, capturing enemies, but mostly dick measuring with the Brigadier. Bessie was named after Liz. It's a dimension traveller as well, surviving the Inferno world, Omega's dimension, and the Death Zone, where it technically still should be, but... Oh, hold on, Rassilon himself returned it! What? It should also be noted that at one point, Bessie was green. Then there's contradictory claims as to where she ended up. She's either in, as the Brigadier put it, in mothballs. In other accounts, the Doctor has it in the TARDIS. And the 9th Doctor was once found trying to fix it on the side of the road. A couple other Doctors rented out from time to time, but the 11th Doctor decided to pimp his ride by making her a part of the TARDIS and hitting the random setting, like it's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy or something. As a result, the 11th Doctor, in the comic What He Wants, turns Bessie into a monster truck. This is incredibly in character, actually. In the late 2010s, Bessie is somehow back on Earth and not a monster truck, where the Brigadier left it in his will to Sergeant Benson. Benson became adept enough somehow to understand how she worked and how to fix her up. I wonder if she was ever fitted with Atmos. In the unit audio Call to Arms, she's the only car on the planet that works. And there was also that one time she was possessed by demons and started going on adventures in the British countryside. I count it.
Stop fighting. Send help.
Hello, you want to talk about fairies? I'm at the end of my rope. Fairies, otherwise known in the Whoniverse as the Fae. The Fae folk. Not to go all Fairly Odd Parents on you, but fairies? Very much a thing. According to the 12th Doctor anyway. Dragons, Noddy, Father Christmas and Robin Hood, he's a skeptic. But fairies, they're just fair game. The 8th Doctor first encountered an immortal species belonging to the fairy family called the Seed. These guys could pass through time and invented the ancient fairy mythos we know today. You know the drill, see here, here and here. But also simultaneously, the Dark Ages legends were very, very correct, and our built-up cities are the only things keeping us safe from these fellas. Look familiar? These poorly rendered BBC 3 creations are from Series 1 of Torchwood, and are the exact same kind that the Doctor battles on the regular. Nine and Madame Vastra had an adventure battling them, and they are the main foe of the 12th Doctor novel, The Shining Man. Really. Series regular writer, Cavan Scotts, who has written for the Cybermen and the Daleks, his first go-to choice of monster to bring back are the paedophile-hunting Torchwood fairies. Mental-inspired choice. All-powerful and ageless, Small Worlds is one of those Torchwood stories where all Jack and the gang can do is shrug their shoulders and back off slowly. Yeah, wow, shit sucks. Bye! They're very much a foe where you just get out of there and let them have their fun. Even in the Doctor's case, when he spends half a novel in Pixieland, making trades with talking trees and surviving the PS2 graphic boys. How they would make him dance until his feet and his sanity were bloody stumps. The man who ran, never able to run again. Jack described them as part myth, part spirit world, which, hey, Jack, care to explain? He also said they're part Mara though, so maybe Jack just doesn't know what he's talking about. In all honesty, these things are terrifying, shown in the novel to hunt and torture their prey. One young woman is even kidnapped and bewitched into a dance where, without rest, the Doctor finds her still dancing as an 80-year-old woman. Jesus Christ. Sorry, you thought this was going to be like a little fun segment? Well, no, this book is about fairies hurting people for fun and shining men, who are avatars for a weird fairy mating ritual. Anyway, the Doctor and Bill find out who the Shining Men are with help from their local library, where the Dockman confirms the existence of a whole range of Feyfolk. Meaning now we have to be wary of boggarts, elves, fairies, and gnomes, who are all native to planet Earth but live in a horrifying, ultra-sensory dimension called the Invisible. I'm tripping balls, Clara. So, yeah. Magic. Just straight magic, not science as magic, proper cottagecore hexes and spells. That's what I like to see. Cavan Scott is just one of those authors who gets it, fobbing off the past whilst also paying it loving fandom lip service. This one book alone stops to name drop the Scaracen, Iris Wildtime, Bessie, the Wirren, Time Tots, and the Forge. Like, this guy knows his material. But these restrictions are just not important to the tale he's trying to tell. At one point, the Doctor said that he thought that humans themselves were just a myth. I would be welcoming if they ever wanted to work on their polygons and become series regulars. Give me my 13 years gnome story, please. A base under siege, preferably. No jokes, just a bloodbath. It was impossible to trap or defeat the Feyfolk as they controlled the elements of fire, earth, air and water. But then, the Fairy Nation attacked. Fact number 2. What you got for me this time, Matrix? Ah. Okay. No matter what incarnation, the Doctor just has a type. It's just strange that said type consists of competing archaeologists from the future who bring a no-nonsense attitude and adult themes wherever they go. River Song even studied under Bernice Summerfield. Very similar characters. But the story of Bernice is somehow harder to follow than River's, even though there have been over 200 stories following her through core stages of her life. For while the bizarre exploits of Benny are better documented than River's, it's no less complicated or easy to follow, especially as pesky little details such as her birth, her childhood, her time on the TARDIS, her marriage and her death are all subject to change, as her timeline was distorted by her walking paradox boss, Irving Brigadier. Sinister museum collector and the Doctor's older brother. So yeah, no one important. All we need to know about him is that he's a piece of work, probably isn't dead, and sometimes his face looks like this. So although we know everything about Benny, from her son to her father, her childhood to her death, do not expect any of it to link together in a satisfying complete whole. If you want an accessible entry point to Bernice, and I do recommend that, I would try her great intro by Paul Cornell, or Big Bang Generation, where 12 has a full-on crossover in a BBC book with a set of characters from the most obscure 90s spin-off going. Back when Big Finish was young. Little Finish. Benny has travelled with Seven and Ace, she's defeated the Valiard, taken on every iconic villain under the sun solo, teamed up with doctors from parallel worlds, and yes, even slept with him. Which, I mean, yeah, if you had to pick one of them, sure. But Benny had already travelled with him and been betrayed multiple times when he looked like this. There's a lot going on there. Fun fact, I actually do have a whole formal video breaking down approaches to sexuality in the Doctor Who series over the years. I have it recorded, but it currently stands at 28 minutes long. Half an hour. Talking about if Doctor Who bonks or not. So that might, not come out. For the record, it must be stressed that Benny and Benne are not the same person. Benny is a known sexually active character. In Series 7 of our own spin-off, she was stuck in a sex epidemic where everyone could not stop having sex.
and you get so tortured as juvenile.
So she's seen the Doctor at his best, let's say, but she's also seen him at his worst. Not just watching him ruin Ace's life up close, but watching him fall to his lowest low the Doctor Who has ever seen. As in Lies and Ruins, spoilers ahead. Go and listen to Lies and Ruins, please. She watched him lift the spires of a long-dead Gallifrey and discovered his new companion, Rhea, an android who 8 built himself to travel with and admire him. Yeah, this is a late breaking point Time War 8, but still, it's a monumentally tragic low. Honestly, Bernice is up there with the closest people the Doctor has in his life. Yeah, no joke, top 6 at least. What else? We're not going to crack Benny, but are there any other fun facts? She's taken cases with Sherlock Holmes characters. After all, she did fight Cthulhu with him. She survived a storybook land where Wolsey, the Doctor's cat, was mayor. Sadly, it did not turn out to be the land of fiction or Pussy World. And eventually she became pregnant for 3 years and gave birth to a nice dog boy called Peter. There he is, that's Peter. Conceived while she was possessed by an alien called the Soul Sucker. Fucking yikes. Sorry, was that before or after the rape attempt? Yeah, the Benny Summerfield series, it's very good, but it's also a bit edgelord and very, very grim in that V&A way. She also had 2 other potential kids in other timelines. One of them was a ghost, given to her by another ghost. No, I tell you what, if we don't move on, I think we'll be stuck down this rabbit hole forever. Matrix? Help! Number 3. The TARDIS has its own functioning cheese factory. And I don't mean like a food machine, I mean a whole industrial warehouse in the box. You know, for all the cheese that he has to mass produce. Okay, that one came from a Doctor Who Adventures run again. Strax and his time shark got lost in the TARDIS for an extended period of 12's tenure and came across many rooms. And the TARDIS does have many documented rooms. I love stories that lock themselves in the TARDIS because the crew always have no clue what to fill it with, often resulting in depressing visuals, some clunky CG, or a hilarious lack of imagination. What we do know for sure is that there is a pool. Or is there? Only in Doctor Who could you see swimming pools deployed strategically. Very rarely used, the Doctor has only ever been seen swimming in it to avoid Amy and Rory when they were upstairs making river songs. Perry Brown once used liquid nitrogen and turned it into a skating rink. 8 used it to keep his briefly amphibious companion Izzy alive. The 10th Doctor's cat Rose commandeered the pool in the Tenant Years and just liked throwing shit in it. Whilst the Doctor also rehomed a small society of aliens from a destroyed water world, which isn't ideal as the 11th Doctor later burned it up as a part of the Doctor's wife, because the Doctor has jettisoned the pool no less than 4 times. I just want to go for a swim. There's also a TARDIS cafe, a TARDIS jacuzzi room, a TARDIS S&M room, a botanical house, boating lakes, a butterfly room, a box room, the cloister room for existential dread, a zero room
for space naps,
a TARDIS garage, gardens, a games room, somewhat of a man cave if you will, a TARDIS karaoke bar, a TARDIS conservatory, and a TARDIS rainforest, parks, saunas, and laboratories. There's separate rooms for the theatre and the television room because, you know, rich people don't account for practicality or taste. And if the 13th Doctor is to be believed, there are also TARDIS water slides, which I insist were installed by the 2nd Doctor for Jamie. Prove me wrong! Prove me wrong! There were at least 200 storerooms, with one looking away an interdimensional cosmic horror, like he's fucking Doctor Strange and all. There's a room full of diamonds, another full of sacks, and another with an entire galaxy inside. In the story Persuasion, he stored a Gallifreyan prison planet in there, just so he could keep an eye on it. That's horrifying. Then there's the Sleep and Blankie room, the Eye of Harmony, complete with atmospheric bats. The Doctor kept an autonomous train set that once threatened to overflow the ship. A jigsaw room, where Sarah Jane accidentally saw her past and future. All 4 seasons of it. and then the precarious sleeping arrangements of the companions. They all have bedrooms, except for the ones that don't. I'm just saying, there's plenty of space, and Nyssa and Tegan share a bedroom. In a ship with infinite space, Adric's bedroom sure does get passed around a lot. Like, he doesn't exactly need it, I know, but... There's also a TARDIS zoo, which he regularly maintains even up until his 10th incarnation. This is strange, as the Doctor's on the record of disliking zoos, but all the same keeps cheetahs and chimeras and dodos. Conserving extinct species and rehabilitating them elsewhere in space sounds like one of the worst possible ways to interfere with time, not gonna lie. But my favourite is the fully operational cheese factory. There's zero context for it, and I'm just glad he's putting that doctorate in cheese making to good use.
To be or not to be. Oh, that's quite good.
Some nights, I go walking, wandering into the night with the machinations of Big Man Briggs whispering in my ear. It's good stuff. It's true stuff. It all happened. I walk as I find myself more invested in a story when I'm headed somewhere. But this time, it's more than that. I'm searching for someone. And then, as if summoned by the passing suggestion, I see him. It's Father. Lizard Father. No, not just Lizard Father. It's the Father. I look into the eyes of my creator, but I find no answers. Why did you create us? Are you proud, Father? No. How could he be?
Humans were invented by a Silurian. Woo! Got a doozy today! Sorry, I don't know what that weird intro was. Things haven't been going so good at home lately. Have you listened to Blood Tide? Because I hadn't until last week, but blimey. How did I do 25 episodes of a mini-series about bizarre Doctor Who lore, and nobody told me that a Silurian invented the human race? I'm listening to Blood Tide in the middle of this big open field in the dark, and okay, number one, I was kind of scared. That's kind of a scary story. But mostly, I just knew I was sitting on a gold mine. Am I just late to this party? Am I the only one who didn't even think to mention that the Silurians invented man and you and I? A rogue experiment on the ape species outside their cities. The chief scientist Tulok was exiled from his home to go and live on the surface with his man apes. This genetic engineering begun as a mutation to make the humans taste nicer, but ended up increasing their breeding cycle and their intelligence. And in that we found modern man. We are a lizard man fuck up. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm feeling very existential right now as is. But it doesn't help that human civilization is just nothing but the result of alien interference at every single turn. Did we do anything by ourselves? There's like 3 species who created our planet in the first place. Vengeful against his own people and loving of his new creations, his children, his baby boys, Tulok decided to sabotage the hibernation chambers of the Silurians, wiping them out almost entirely. The ancient Silurians thought that the moon was about to crash into the Earth, meaning they wouldn't have to worry about all those pesky things on the surface. But for all their achievements that we're so often told about, they get pretty much every scientific deduction wrong. I'm just saying, they don't deserve the surface. Human race, human race. Anyway, Tulok woke up, met Charles Darwin, and helped form the now confusing, honestly, idea of human evolution. So yeah, look upon your one true god, the one true religion, Tulok, who has scales and looks like this. Then, at the same time, I also happened to be listening to the Unbound series, where an alternate history version of Tulok was woken up by the Valiard, where he just let him take control of Earth. Massive coincidence. I always seem to get very lucky with my viewing order. These Matrix segments, they just fall into my lap. Some nights I stay up, cashing in my bad luck. Some nights I call it a draw. Number 2, the Master's daughter. The Master had a daughter. Why is it weirdly off-brand for the Master to have a family? Sure, he's been a son and a husband, but begrudgingly, as a goof.
Sure, the Master's had a long life, but if he ever rocked up with a kid, you just assume it was part of a stunt by a panto villain up to hijinks. But in the Poetry Prose collection, Now We Are 600, the one that said 13 was an assassin, which for some reason the Not My Doctors really latched onto, huh? James Goss and Russell T Davies present us with this image. Straight out of an EastEnders cliffhanger. Has Missy stolen a baby to prank her former selves, or has the Master actually just conceived? I don't have the answers. I bring this up as a segue to get to the real heart of the issue, the real question on everyone's minds, and that's this, bringing the potential prospect of the Doctor's possible ovaries into question. As floating around currently is the rumour Reddit leak that 13 will get impregnated by the Emperor Dalek in time for season 13.
Oh no, you're not filling me. If you're that desperate for it, here.
Shockingly, this is the kind of info you won't find on the wiki. Because frankly, they're fucking cowards. Pounded full of Emperor into that embryo.
The Doctor is coming!
This is 90% certainly a meme from a shitposting group. But it's that 10% of possible uncertainty, that nervous potential of what this run in this show is currently capable of, is what's keeping you on your toes. That's what makes it hilarious. It could happen.
I'm pregnant. I ate it. This thing grown inside me. I don't want it. It's not right.
And as a result, Whovians can't sleep at night. And now, because of this, we have precedent. Imagine if the Doctor got pregnant. Hey, I had my hesitations at first too, but this same page are also the ones that broke that 11 was actually a nonce, so technically their sources are yet to be proven false. Personally, I can't wait. Not only do I think that it should happen, I think that it must happen. Absolute cliff diving chaos mode. Let's test this show to breaking points. We are officially at that stage. Now yes, it might not officially be true that 13 is Davros's mum yet, but I include it here because I think we all know it's as good as. Hey, fun fact, Moffat once joked that he was going to end tenure by revealing Missy was pregnant with the Doctor's child. A silly, potentially show-ruining prank of a cliffhanger that Russell T Davies and Moffat joked about so they could pass it off onto Chris. Write your way out of that one, Chibbers. That is, of course, if Chibnall actually knew or cared who Missy was. And the idea of a pregnant master, Moffat Davis's naughty little idea, lives on in the short work Winning, where 3 different masters panic at the idea of being the father. Now guys, you think the multi-Doctor stories are masturbatory sausage fests? You should see the multi-master ones. Pure orgies. Really just terrible, despicable stuff. Disrespectful to the late Delgado. Ainsley is rolling in his grave. But in all seriousness, the Master really has had a daughter before, even outside of this comedy poem. She talks about her in The Witch's Familiar.
The Doctor gave it to me when my daughter...
And then her solo series. All we do know is that the Master did not let her keep pets. Hypocrite. But basically, I could listen to Moffat teasingly allude to big secrets all day. And fact number 3. Everybody has written Shakespeare except Shakespeare. Now, I think it's safe to say the Bard would have more than one appearance in the Whoniverse over the years. It's shocking that it took till 2007 for him to appear in a TV adventure. That doesn't count. On your recommendation, I sat myself down with Time of the Daleks and The Kingmaker. Fucking loaded stories and so much to unpack, but let's try. The Kingmaker... Spoiler. Come on guys, the premise of this series is a spoiler machine. Is a insane comedy that relies on the premise of Shakespeare getting drunk with the Doctor, stowing away in the TARDIS, and then gathering alien weapons for 2 years to try and oust the ship from him. Why does Shakespeare want time travel? So he can try and change history from King Richard to fit his account of the play, rather than just, write an accurate adaptation. It's very Blackadder. The Doctor takes the real King Richard to see his own play, where behind the stage, King Richard and William Shakespeare dressed up as King Richard have a fight. Both of them run back to the TARDIS, where they are then ejected into the Battle of Bosworth, where King Richard was intended to die, mistaken for the king in his costume, dying an unflattering death, crying and hiding up a tree in 1485, 100 years before his birth. Oops. In 1597, King Richard, now avoiding his own death, takes the place of the Bard, meaning that Shakespeare and King Richard swapped places in history. History can be changed as long as the story stays the same. A pretty liberal GCSE history textbook approach to time travel, but it's a lot more fun. It seems in subsequent stories that the 9th and 10th Doctors have forgotten this adventure. Seems like a hard thing to just, forget. But that isn't the only case of somebody replacing Shakespeare. Sarah and the 4th Doctor covered up Christopher Marlowe's death so that he could become Shakespeare. In Byzantium, the 1st Doctor brags about collaborating with Shakespeare in writing Hamlet. A groat's worth of wit was the late Gareth Roberts story before the Shakespeare Code. This shows us Robert Greene, another dissatisfied party, who feels that William Shakespeare, who is actually King Richard, but also maybe Christopher Marlowe, have plagiarized his works and stolen his career. In Time of the Daleks, the main concept is that Shakespeare has been removed from time, only to then find Daleks reciting Shakespearean soliloquies and sonnets. The Daleks are scholars of Shakespeare. This only makes sense though, of course, as in City of the Daleks, it's revealed that the Dalek Emperor himself wrote all of Shakespeare's works. Eventually, the 8th Doctor and Charlie find a young 8-year-old Shakespeare. In an unrelated paradox, completely not connected to the Dalek adventure, where he's living in the far future, hidden from the Daleks as they raid all of human history to try and find him. After this, young Shakespeare hangs around in the TARDIS as he and Charlie try to get him home. In this time they run into Vicky, I guess the inspiration for him later choosing to bring Troilus and Cressida to the stage? I don't know. Weird story. Anyway, apparently he also lives a second life in the City of the Saved, because who doesn't? And then he was eventually poisoned by Sir Walter Raleigh in 1616. Although, who the hell that Shakespeare in reality is, I have no clue.